Hello. Well, I'm here. I don't know where Joe be, but I will carry on until he gets here. Welcome. Hey, Abe. Good to see you. I looked at the news. It's the same political stuff going on, and the same war. Same people fighting. Fighting here at home politically, fighting overseas militarily. It's just a bunch of fighting. I do have some tweets, but because this is our Nexus hour, I want to kind of save it for that. Save it for like another time. Okay, well, while we wait for Joe, I guess I'll just summarize what we're trying to do here. Wednesday and Saturdays at this time, this is a regular feature. So we're going to be here each of those days at this time. And what we're trying to do is draw in people that maybe have a little extra time, commitment, sweat equity to put into some kind. Hey, Joe.
Hey, well, let me adjust this. Ooh, okay.
You know me, I like the caps better, but how's your
Oh,
sound?
it's good. Yeah, my
Yeah.
my head's getting a bit was getting a bit too warm, so I needed the hat off.
Well, welcome.
Welcome,
I
yes.
was just talking about what we're trying to do here with this project, and so we're trying to draw people in that have want to give a little more effort and try to build the next layer of this community, and what we're trying to do is help people build on their strengths. So whatever strengths you have, whatever interest, whatever creative projects you're working on, if you want to come and add it to what we're doing, we're trying to like combine all our powers to make something greater. So what I thought I would do today is talk about some of what I think my strengths are and some of the benefits that somebody would get if they do want to like hitch themselves up to the Nexus, and then Joe is going to talk about his strength and how to take advantage of what he can offer. Um, the main thing I've been offering so far, I've been keeping this space going. I've been here every day, sometimes several times a day, making sure that this space is available for other people to use. It's a third space. It's a community drop in. I call that hospitality. I can show up and I can create the type of space that's drawing the type of people I'm trying to draw in. I've also done education on various topics. I could talk about mental health. I could talk about neurodivergence, autism, giftedness, ADHD. I could talk about intellectual history, um, topics like that in arts, literature, the humanities. So I have the ability to present and speak on different topics. I also do group facilitation. I can right now I facilitate an open panel mostly. It's dialogue, discussion, conversation based, very loose and casual. But if there are specific topics that need facilitating, I can do that as well. I have years and years of experience facilitating in-person groups, support groups, mental health groups, autism groups, all kind of groups. I've done several streams in the past on all the different groups and communities that I've formed. I'm also good at talking to people, interviewing people one on one, having guests on, and and diving deeper into whatever topic they want to talk about, whatever their story is, their background. So that's available as an option too for people that want to come and present a specific topic of theirs in kind of a one-on-one format. We could always open it up to a panel afterwards and take questions. And then, of course, there's the community building, which all of this is a larger part of. So, anybody that needs help with how to build a community, how to grow a community, I've been doing it my whole life. Again, I've done streams. I think I'm up to 30 something in-person communities and about 40 something online communities since 2020 that I've either helped build or have been involved in building. What do you get out of coming and being part of this? First and foremost, this is a place where you can be yourself. You have autonomy, you have self determination, you have creative freedom and control over your projects. We don't micromanage or tell other people how to do their stuff. There's no like very rigid norms that you're expected to fit yourself into here. There's a few loose norms to keep the community going, which any community needs. But this is a space that runs on very different norms than maybe you find elsewhere, and its norms more adapted to our neurotype. Again, autism, ADHD, men, male norms, etc. So that's one advantage. We have one of my greatest, probably my the biggest advantage for me that I'm most proud of is the audience that we have here. We have one of the best audiences on YouTube, in my opinion. And from that audience comes a larger network. You get community support. You get the network that that audience provides. We're connected to other channels kind of informally, and we're trying to find other channels to partner with more formally and form kind of some larger community network. And finally, fun. We have fun here. I have fun here. It seems like a lot of people do. I don't think of it just as intelligent. I think of us as fun intelligent. And so you get that, I don't know, that like quirky, fun edge here. Whatever we do a lot of work here. And we get shit done. But while we're doing it, we have fun. And so that's what I offer to the Nexus so far. Also, board games. There's things like board games, movies in the Discord. I've done Film Fest with Gen X Film Fest. We watch reality TV. In fact, Survivor's on tonight. We'll be watching it live. You're welcome to join us. So, recreation, activities, again, the fun shit. I can offer and provide all of that as part of this community. Joe, as you know, is our stock guy. I've learned a lot about finances, the economy, just capitalism in general from him. And so I think he's a valuable resource for that. And one of his specialties is analyzing stocks. And he's going to talk about how you can access them if you want particular stocks or companies analyzed. So, Joe, take it away.
Sure. Yeah. First, I want to preface by talking about the context in which I came out with this, because for folks looking at last week's stream when we had Dolbez on, we were actually, was it this weekend? I guess it's technically
Yeah, it was a Saturday,
last week.
maybe, or
Yeah,
maybe last week. I don't remember.
it's technically last week, but he was talking about sort of what he brings to the table and what he might do. We were helping him think out loud about it, and he does writing, and so he's hoping to improve his ability to develop as a writer, write the things that he wants. It's something where if he does it right and he's successful, he can have autonomy. But how do you get to that point? And one thing I suggested to him was that maybe he look at places where there's open offers for people to write something for them, and they've already put out a price that they'll pay if somebody writes it, and just try writing what somebody else wants, as opposed to your own idea, and just develop yourself as a writer. So see what you can do when given prompts that pay you what you think is a reasonable amount, but um, and may only be somewhat interesting to you, because that's what professional writers do. They often start with what other people want and sort of use it to figure themselves out as writers and get better. And then in addition to that, you develop some rapport. You have a portfolio of previous work, so to speak, that you can point to. And then when you really want to write the stuff that's important to you, you have that foundation set up. And of course, there's uh, there's the idea of wanting to write what's important to you before you've actually gotten paid to do it. When you have this very abstract idea of what it is to be a writer, there's like this mental bias toward being the starving artist. But then there's things you learn about yourself when you're actually successful. You get rewarded with payment for the first time, and you realize how some things are more fun to write about than you would have thought, if you just are willing to test what your own personal boundaries are and try things out. And so that's something I've had to do, because as an analyst, I'm also effectively a writer. I have to write an article that people can read in, say, between 3 and 10 minutes. So make it long enough that it's getting enough facts out there that there's a coherent case to be made for whether or not something is good to buy or not, but also not too long that people will lose attention or can't keep up with it, or they just get overloaded. You have to do it in small bites. I'm better at doing that in post than I think I am in my appearances on these panels, but um, uh, that's essentially what it is. And sometimes I've even had to cover stocks that I myself wouldn't have initially thought were interesting, but after being encouraged to cover them, either by Seeking Alpha itself or maybe some people who know me and know that I write for it, and taking a look, I actually found that there was something insightful and that enhanced me as an analyst and as an investor for having done it in the first place and dared to do it. And in fact, you could even say that's like what it is for me to be um, an analyst overall. Is that I initially did not have this inclination to do it. I had to think, is this really something I want to do? I tried it on a whim, and it went better than I initially thought it would, and so now it's something I do with more regularity. So this is the context in which I bring this up. One thing I wanted to let folks know, and again, if Bill Bez is listening, I hope he'll take this part into account because this is kind of inspired from the conversation with him. Um, is that I'm happy to take referrals from folks. So folks who have a stock that is interesting to them, um, and they want to run by me, they should let me know. Now, I will say that referrals aren't just, oh, here's a stock I'd like you to cover, but if there is somebody who's willing to pay, because I can receive additional compensation if I publish it on Seeking Alpha, and then I can gift some of my articles. Um, if someone is willing to refer someone else that has a stock idea they're willing to pay for, and they pay the price I set, I'll give a $5 referral to whoever the person is in this community that does that, right? And that's to write a single stock analysis of whatever the requested stock is. And so, Dolbez, if you're listening, you could basically do the same thing. Somebody wants to, find a writing opportunity for you. Try this out. Say, hey, to all your friends or whoever, if you know of somebody who would pay, say, a good chunk of money for me to write something, you connect me to them and we get it through. I'll give you $5 or whatever the equivalent is in Norway. Was it kroners or something? Kronos? I don't remember. Uh, but that's what I'm thinking. So folks who want to take advantage, these are the kind of doors I think that the Nexus opens. And I think other folks could probably see opportunities to do a similar thing for us to work together and coordinate in the broader sense that Jeff has mentioned.
So, like somebody from the chat, like Abe here,
Yeah,
has a friend that is interested in some company, Acme, whatever, and he comes to
mhm.
you and says, "I have this friend who's willing to pay you to analyze this stock," and then Abe would get a part of that, what the friend
Yeah.
pays
So
you.
if I get the payment, if it goes through, then yeah, I'll send you $5 for that.
That sounds fair. And
Yeah.
and in my and I've said this before, but in my situation, I have the website that I see individual clients to. So if you yourself are looking for individual support or you know other people that might benefit from it, you can contact me through my website. And if you mention that you're on YouTube, give me your YouTube name or the name of the YouTuber that referred you. I will give you the YouTube rate on my services as well. That's all you have? So what else?
Yeah, that was the main thing there is gonna be doing that. And the price I ultimately set will vary in each case. So I'm gonna have to discuss that with whoever
Yeah.
the referred is, but the $5 is gonna be flat. So I'm thinking in most cases I'm gonna charge somewhere between 20 and $50 because I'm gonna compare it to what I would get if I also publish it on Seeking Alpha. That is where I will publish it. So I shouldn't say also, that is where I should publish it. Um, And so, but this is basically Seeking Alpha allows you to take additional payment from third parties in addition to what they pay you for publishing on their platform. Essentially, you can take third party incentives to prioritize what you publish on Seeking Alpha. And since I'm allowed to gift articles, I can make those available to folks. So I can just provide them to, um, whoever the reader would be, the referred person. Um, so that's basically how that works. And um, whatever the price is, the $5 is going to be flat. So it's not 10%. It's going to be $5 as long as it goes through.
I wonder if there's a I kind of like that model. I wonder if it can be. In fact, actually, I know it can. Some people that I was involved with a few years ago got together and kind of pooled their talents and started this mental health support service where they offer like listening sessions for a certain amount, and they have a team of people you could choose from. I wonder if there's a way to offer those kind of services on a similar model. I know I have the mental health and neurodivergent stuff. We have Blizzy from the Blind Spot that has a lot of substance use background, and I know that shows up in the panelverse a lot. So if we can put together a little team, I guess a consultant team with different fields of expertise and find a way to offer those services and have referrals and reward referrals, etc.
Yeah. Right. And this isn't to say like people can't ask for me to look at stocks while I do my streams and whatever, but when people ask me to look at it on stream, right, I'm gonna basically be analyzing what I can pull up right away. It's going to be a very, you know, ankle deep analysis. And when I sit down and write a thesis out, I certainly put more time into it. I
Yeah.
turn over more of the company's rocks to see what's under them, and I can get a usually more accurate idea of the company. There's a lot of things you can just kind of figure out even with a quick look for certain companies, but there's just an extra level of thoroughness. And uh, if somebody wanted, me to do an especially thorough analysis, then that's even possible as well. Seeking Alpha doesn't really, I think, support um, that very well. I think the only people who do extremely deep rundowns of companies and then publish them on Seeking Alpha are folks who are doing that sort of as an addition to some bigger research operation they do, and they're effectively using Seeking Alpha more as a marketing strategy than as a publishing strategy.
Like people find their articles on Seeking Alpha and then they contact them for additional
Yeah, it's
services or
sort of promote.
analysis.
Yeah, they're sort of promoting the rest of what they do as a institution, whatever their services entail. Um, and they make a little bit of money, I'm sure, just having published it on Seeking Alpha. But
God, I wish there was something like that for mental health or
or if
autism.
there's like sometimes activist investors, as part of what an activist investor does is they try to rally shareholder support to get the company to change what they want, so they could write a thesis about. So this is assuming like they have a position in the company. They will disclose that they have a position in the company. They might say, let's say we own 2% of all the shares of the company. This is our thesis. And then they might include, here's our recommendations for how to make the investment better. And other
Like
people
if
who are
they own
reading.
2% of Budweiser and they want to get Dylan Mulvaney hired on in one of their ads.
No, 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 no. So an activist investor is not like what you think of the word activist.
Okay.
That's what you're thinking is more like ESG investing, environmental social governance stuff, where they try to put the culture wars into it.
Yeah, I
Activist
associate
investing,
activism and all that with wokeness. So,
yeah. So activist investing, like an activist investor, that's a much older term that goes back a long time, well before a lot of the social justice stuff was happening. And an activist investor is somebody who takes a stock position, uh, but does not simply sit and wait for it to get the results that they want. What they usually do is they take one that is large enough that they sort of have a bully pulpit to then stand up in front of the other investors and say, "Hey, I want to change the company in this way. Um, will you get behind me? Can we pull our shareholder voting power together to force the board and the management to go in the direction we want it to go?"
and if
So
they get enough support, they're able to influence the board and management.
exactly, and it could be as something as simple as um, uh, so about 20 years ago or so, Bill Ackman, who is the manager of the Pershing Square hedge fund, took up a large position in Wendy's. And there was this other franchise chain. It was a Canadian one. I forget what it was called right off the top of my head. I should remember this, but it's just
Can only
drawing a blank.
imagine.
Um, and but it was another fast food chain. So when you buy some stocks, you may not just be buying the main brand under there, right? So with Wendy's, you weren't just buying Wendy's, you were buying some other chains as well. One of those, um, Bill Ackman thought they should just spin that off and then focus on the core business of Wendy's, because they thought that basically the value of the whole chain was like effectively the value of the whole stock was basically the value of just that one subsidiary, because the stock had been down. And he's like, let's just spin it off, get the money for that, and basically the shareholders
What
get
is
their money
spin it
back.
off? They sold it off,
So you can separate it; it becomes a different company. It'll get its own stock, and some, or you
and then
could
it
sell
has
it
to
to somebody.
find in its own investors and all over again, etc.
So what could happen is that when it spins off, it will just get its own stock, and then owners of Wendy's would receive the shares of the new company, and they would have both, and then they could choose whether they want to keep it or sell it.
Oh, okay.
Um, or sometimes if they spin it off, they might actually sell it to another conglomerate who just buys out the whole stake, and in which case the cash will go to Wendy's, and then Wendy's has, if his basically if his activist thesis is correct, Wendy's would get a cash equal to roughly what the whole value of the company was at the time, which they can then reinvest in their core business and make it better. Which is basically what happened. I don't remember the exacts of it, but that's yeah. They spun off the smaller
The
chain,
Canadian company,
yeah,
and they kept
and
the
then
good stuff.
yeah, and it improved Wendy's as an investment. That is not something that you could do if you just bought shares of Wendy's and then just looked at your watch for 10 years. You had to be an activist. You had to be involved in the strategy and the governance of the company. Um, and so like that's one thing that's
Do
different
you
there.
do that with some of your stocks?
No, 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 no. But like that's a reason, one reason folks might be on Seeking Alpha. I don't have enough of a position that I could take in a company that I would because Ackman is managing a fund, right? So he has some of his money in his own fund, of course, but most of it is from like other people who are multimillionaires that need a place to put their money. So uh, with a large pool of capital, even though he doesn't necessarily own all the money in the fund, he is the manager, so he is in charge of it, and so for he has a legal right to sort of decide, you know, essentially the voting power of the shares that the fund owns, right? The manager decides, it's like let's say if Walmart bought stock in another company, essentially the CEO of Walmart would decide how the Walmart votes are going to go, even though technically the Walmart shareholders collectively own the shares of that company that Walmart bought. I don't know if Walmart owns any stock in another company right
So
now,
they
but that's
could
just how
like
it works.
influence the CEO. It wouldn't be completely his
Yeah,
at his mercy.
yeah. So, but if you can if someone like Ackman can get enough shareholders on board, and he's done this many times, he's known as not just being like a hedge fund investor, but he does activist investing to try and change the business itself. He's done this many times, so he's always had an active social media presence. And there are other funds or investors who may choose to do the same thing. And I've seen from time to time articles get posted like that. So it just depends on what somebody's purpose is. I've got into a bit of the weeds of what activist investing is, but the point being that you can hit uh, multiple birds with one stone writing for Seeking Alpha, and this can be not only just writing what you think is interesting, but also essentially taking jobs from somebody else and getting compensation from both. You just have to disclose um, who's all involved, who the interested parties are. But as long as you're upfront about that stuff, it's perfectly fine.
Well, so getting back to the Nexus, like,
Yeah.
what can somebody expect from you here if they want to be part of it? Like, say they want to join the show or be part of what we're doing here. What do you have to offer directly to to this project?
Well, I think what I'd really like to do is kind of similar to what I did with you when I first appeared. And I started like thinking about the way your business works and things you could do from a risk management perspective, um, to simplify things a bit, right? So you introduced the drama court thing. Maybe you would have done drama court anyway at some point, but I did notice that after I sort of brought up the basic idea of it, of compensating yourself for the risk of having panel drama come up, you implemented it. And in my view, I think it's made the streams run more smoothly.
Oh,
And
absolutely. It's
yeah,
one of the best things I've ever done.
right? And it was something where um, it wasn't occurring to you, not because you're not smart enough to understand it, but because it's maybe not how you necessarily look at business, and I don't think a lot of people are
I
necessarily
don't
inclined
look
to
at
do that,
business. I don't know any. I don't have a head for business at all. It's not
right?
even on
And
my
so,
radar.
right, and so I think there's potential to do that with other streamers and the way they structure, the way they do things. I think another thing too is, in addition to that, we could talk about how our topics intersect a bit. So I think it's easier to imagine right away. We've talked about that your friend, lawyer chick who has her channel talking about legal content. There's a
And
certain
I don't know her that. I just know her from Barnabas's show. I don't really know her that well. That well.
right, but like
Very
a
very
interesting,
casually. So
yeah,
I don't want to mislead her with an association she may not herself welcome. Hey,
okay, well that's
Latoya.
fair enough. But just because she's a shared example that you and I know,
Yeah.
and she's at least made enough appearances in chat that I think a decent number of your audience has probably clicked on her by now and know her. Um,
Yeah. Let me
you
drop
know,
her channel.
there's there's potential, right, for us to talk about the intersection between issues that are of the financial and legal nature, um, and how they interact with each other. So things pertaining to estates or divorce and how what happens to financial assets in those cases, and then how you plan for that. Um, I think those would be potentially quite interesting. Yes.
Is our whole audience half our audience is trolls? Um. What and what would she get out of it? Like, say she wants to join the Nexus and say, "Hey, I want to be part of what you guys are trying to do." What would she get out of this?
Well, I think the content would be interesting for her. It gives her at least something to work with. And if she wants to do self-led stream episodes, she can do that. But if she thinks there's interesting discussions that can be unlocked if she's partnering with folks, and like, I imagine she could talk about um, take an issue where someone else is an expert of some kind, and she can explore the legal half with them while they explore maybe the technical half. I think that's something that will work very well for her as an operating model. Um, it just depends on how much she likes doing it and how much she wants to pluck away at it.
So I guess if people are interested, just show up here on Wednesdays and Saturdays. Join the show. We open the panel at some point, and we have a Discord. You can contact Joe Ryan the Discord too, and I can even make a separate channel for the Nexus and just have Nexus members have access to it. So as we grow, we're growing. This is more like quality over quantity. We're growing small, like person by person, but it's going to be a more, I guess, intense level of commitment and set of skill sets.
Yeah, and anything I think that is more complex than the basic content creation and the collaborative nature of that will emerge naturally if it's done with, again, some consistency and some commitment, like you and I have talked about
Yeah.
before. So the things I mentioned are basically the low-hanging fruit, right? You eat the low-hanging fruit, you nourish yourself, grow, you're now taller to reach the mid-hanging fruit, and so on and
You don't
so
have to
forth.
eat the pecans off the ground.
Hopefully not. Some
Oh,
some
those were
folks might
good
have
too.
to.
And well, okay. So speaking of, there's another feature that YouTube just rolled out. I tried it last night, and we'll open the panel soon. It's called it. What it does, and I'm saving this for the audience and the community. I want them to get really creative with this and have this be their thing. But I have the ability to set goals on each stream. And so last night I did a practice run and I set a goal of a certain amount of super chats. And when I reached that amount, then people wanted me to read a short story in the most manly voice possible. And so I did that last night because I got enough of the super chats. So I can set like any amount for the goal. The goal could be 30 minutes. It can, let me see what the max is. But the point is, if there are ideas that you have for this channel or things that you want me to do, or Joe to do, or one of us to do, I have the ability to set it up as a goal now. So there's like a structured way to fund it. And then once that funding is reached, in fact, It didn't actually get reached last night. I just kind of went ahead and did it anyway. But when it is reached, it's supposed to play some animation on the stream, which I'm excited to see what that animation is.
Oh, that
And
sounds
so
fun.
every time a goal is reached, it plays the animation, and then I have to do whatever the thing is that I agreed to do for that goal. So that opens up a lot of possibility for the community to contribute and get the kind of content they want to see here, as well as a way to fund the stream in the process. So if we want to experiment with that today, we could do it as well. Let me see what the limits are. It looks like 3 hours is the max. So I guess they want you to do the goals live while you're on the stream. It's not really a long-term thing. And you can choose different amounts and different numbers of super chats to meet the goal. And so depending on what the request is, we would determine the amount and the time frame from there.
They make these interesting multi-grain Pringles now. They were marked down at Walgreens, so I decided to buy one and give them a try.
Let me see.
Now these are cheddar flavored, but
You said
um,
multi-grain?
yeah, they're multi-grain chips.
What are Pringles anyway? They were just like pressed potato flakes? Or
I
they're
think they're
not real
basically,
potato
yeah, like
chips.
they were essentially potato chips, but whatever they're
But were they actually sliced off a potato, or was it like mashed potato flakes pressed together
maybe
into a chip?
probably that. Um, so yeah, if you look at these, it's like more bubbly. So I'm guessing this is made of grain rather than um, potato.
Not sure. Let me
But
try
it's
to
fine
find
to
out.
me. I like it.
Well, I guess if we're talking about Pringles at this point, I can go ahead and open the panel. So if anybody else wants to come up
Yep.
and, I don't know, contribute or talk about their strengths or their goals or ideas, if anybody has any super chat goals they want to see, go ahead and suggest those.
WASF is too perceptive for his own good. That is
Wait, you drink water after each coffee sip
that's what
on
I've not
purpose,
not not always, but right now that is what I've been doing. So
specifically to keep your teeth clean?
yes,
Interesting.
the dentist said that I should start doing that. So it's something I do more often. I don't do it all the time. There have been times where I've been here on stream drinking coffee and not had a cup of water, but when I remember to get one, that's what I do.
It's a potato-based chip.
So yeah, it prevents staining and
And
then
and the mathematical shape is a hyperbolic paraboloid.
oh okay.
It has
Yeah,
about 42% potato content, and then a whole bunch of other stuff, including MSG. I didn't realize that.
oh,
Wheat, starch, corn flour, rice flour, vegetable oils, emulsifier. They had corn Pringles available in the 90s. Interesting. Like, why would people want that over potato chip? Is that like the strawberry milkshake of the simulacrum analogy?
um, it could be that. Maybe it has a better fiber content. Maybe some people like the grainy taste more. I mean, it tastes like it's pretty similar to a normal Pringle to me.
Oh, I just meant Pringles in general, not even the
Oh,
compared to real potato chips. Why would you want a fake potato chip?
they're usually seasoned in a way that um, they're tasty.
So it's more it's to carry the flavor, not necessarily for the chip
Yeah,
itself.
even the original Pringles are like salted at a certain level that they're supposed to taste good, I guess. But I think most people get flavored Pringles these days. I can't remember the last time I saw a tube of original Pringles.
They had them at the grocery store the other day. They were
Hmm.
on sale, but I passed them right by. I'm like, ugh, Pringles. I could just get real potato chips.
That's probably what the other residents of Seattle think. So you have something in common with them.
But we they were good to take camping. I know we took them camping a lot. Passed them around the campfire, so they seem to
Mhm.
be handy for that.
Take a look. Yeah.
Wait, what? You got to taste test Pringles? What flavors?
Whoa.
I would love that job. That's my weakness is potato chips. I love it's particularly for the flavors and the seasonings. I just love fat and grease and salt and oil and flavor and crunch.
So you are
It's like
from the
those
South.
fries. I need to make another fry run. Oh, what was the flavor? It was it or flavors? Oh, this is exciting. I have my roommate used to work at I don't know if it was Kraft or one of the factories, and his job was putting the packets of cheese in the macaroni. And I felt so honored, like, oh my God, I'm living with somebody that actually he was the person that put the cheese in the macaroni. So when I pull out a macaroni cheese pack, I actually know a person that put that in there. That was fascinating to me. I don't make macaroni and cheese ever. Too much work.
Yeah, that would be a lot of work to make it yourself, huh?
The texture and shape, I thought the whole point was the flavor, the hyperbolic paraboloid. That's what they asked
Um,
you about? Like, don't all Pringles have the same texture and shape? The flavor would be, to me, the only thing that would distinguish one from the other. Oh, this was before. Oh, you mean the original? Like before, when they were test marketing the original product itself. Yeah, chips out of a can are kind of weird. Now that I think about it. Of course, we didn't think about it much growing up. They were Pringles. We just accepted them as something that has always been. They were eternal. Wow, that gets even more exciting.
the shape is interesting when you think about it. It naturally lends itself to like branding power.
Because it was. I imagine it was for the stacking. They needed a shape that could stack in a can.
Yeah, stack, but also like not slide around, right? Because if they're perfectly flat, they can stack, but they'll slide around.
Yeah.
So if they've got the curve shape, they'll nest into each other. But then I remember those commercials where people would take the Pringles and like make sort of like a beak with them and put them in their mouth.
Oh yeah. Um. Yeah. We did that too. Pressed
And
potato mold. Yeah, that's what they seem like to me. And I remember those Munchos chips. I don't know if those were real potatoes or not, but we loved those as a kid. Well, if we're done with our intro, there is a video that came across my feed that I wanted to play earlier because I know nothing about video games, but apparently it's
oh,
some new video game called Dragon Age, Veilguard.
okay.
I just cringed up when I watched it, so I want to share the cringe with everybody else and get actual video gamers' takes on it. Yikes.
Pounding that snake's nose. She's still holding the ruby in her other hand. Maker's panties. I was so proud.
Oh,
Ah, shit. They're still holding it. Sorry.
Ugh.
What are you doing?
Pulling a barb.
Oh, okay.
a barv.
Tradition in the Lords of Fortune.
I hope
from
I don't
one of
get
our old
copyrighted
members,
for this.
Barv. Good guy, but like most of us, his plans went sideways a lot. Bad blood among your crews, not good for morale, but there's not always time for
What
big,
is-
drawn-out apologies. So, when one of us screws up and we know we've screwed up, we do a quick 10 to
You
put
didn't
it right.
screw up.
Pulling a barb. Oh, there we go.
And then I guess it gives you
I'm
dialogue.
glad the Lords of Fortune have
Choices.
Tarsh's back.
Oh, Tarsh
It
isn't
looks
the
like
first
orange
non-binary
from
member
Final
of the
Fantasy
Lords.
X.
Really?
It was a little before your time, but Horlicks was one of ours.
Huh.
Bastard looked better than I did in a dress or pants. And out of them, too.
Any reason you can't just apologize?
Sometimes people say, oops, sorry, and hope that fixes it. But they just want to get the whole thing over with. Trust me, I know. But pulling a barf, you sweat a little. Makes you think about it a little more. Shows the other person you mean it.
What if
What?
they mean it when they say they're sorry, though?
And that's the other reason. Some people mess up and get all dramatic. They make it about them. Oh, I didn't mean it right. I'd never do that on
I can't
purpose.
stand these
They
people.
feel so bad about it that it's on everyone else to smooth it over
Just
and
give
make
me
them
Pitfall.
feel better.
Oh, okay. Yes, some people
See how
might
they
do
just
that.
educated this
Pulling a barb
Asian
puts it on the
lady?
person who screwed up. They made the mess, they fix it,
So
done.
This I have such a cold feeling in the pit of my stomach watching this. I feel sorry for these people. I really do. The
I'm
psychology
surprised
of their
at how much
world, and this is how Seattle is, by the way.
I'm surprised at how much time was put into that in like one video game. Like I haven't played the Dragon Age games, but I'm pretty sure this is not why people play it. But it's
Oh well, there we go. Now we thank you for clearing that up. Now we know why.
as as much as that's a joke, Jeff. I think you're also it's indicative of something.
I'm glad I'm not a gamer. I guess if that's what I had. It's bad enough in the movies, in the TV shows.
Well, I would
Dragon.
say in general, in general. Oh boy, what a pun. But I would say in general, a lot of modern games are just suffering from a relevance problem, and maybe this is an example of something they do to be interesting. But the general problem is there aren't very many truly original gaming experiences anymore. It's just repackaging old stuff, and I prefer to play retro games anyway. That's why I'd love to play Mario Party 2 or Mario Party 3 more often, because those are some amazing games.
Without the little woke moral lessons, the struggle
I mean,
sessions.
I mean,
Are
that's,
people going to start doing push-ups now when they misgender people because of this game?
we'll see if the librarian asks me to do that.
Or at
but-
least the expectation will be set that an apology is no longer enough, and it's all about you. So you have to now do. See how they're moving the goalposts. Now you have to do something to demonstrate, like some kind of suffering, to demonstrate that the apology is sincere. It's not enough to just correct yourself and apologize anymore. I wonder if there's a correlation between that video we just watched and why it's struggling. Is that what guys want to see in their video games?
I mean, there's a lot of things. I mean, I could talk a lot about. So I think within the last decade, especially, there are gaming struggles a lot with the addition of gimmicks rather than like new frontiers or truly new experiences. And maybe it'll be the case that we sort of reach a technology plateau where until VR gets to a certain level of sophistication, that it's hard to make a truly original gaming experience. I mean, I think we've been trying. We could say the Nintendo Wii, which I think came out in 2007. It was the first attempt to have some kind of a VR element.
I remember that's where everybody was.
Yeah.
All the old ladies at work were playing it. They were like they were doing it for their exercise routine. They loved
Yeah.
the Wii. I knew more old ladies into it, I think, than video gamers.
And so in terms of VR, right, like the simulation there was more in the movement and less in the first person immersion. But it's even though we have things like the Oculus out now that have been out for a good time, there aren't very many like truly immersive or like you want to imagine like maybe a video game situation where you could actually run around and the world moves around you, and that reaches limitations because eventually we would crash into things in real life. So the mixture of actual physical excitement with a video game experience isn't there yet. And plus, at that point, you also kind of ask the question of if you're actually going to be getting up and running around, you could just go out and do real things, right? You could go out and play real golf. You'd go out and do.
That's all video games make me
actual
want to do
obstacle
is do
course.
the real thing. It's such
Yeah,
a poor substitute for the actual thing.
And so that's so where I am sometimes with things is like I look at some things that are current gaming and I think this is basically doing this like if I did it in real life, except I could make money doing this. So why don't I just figure out a way to make money doing this? Like some games are basically like not even investing in an abstract sense, but like that is in fact the game. So why not why play poker with fake money on a regular basis when you could eventually just go where gambling is legal. And if you're good at poker, make actual money doing it, right?
Or go play with the drunks. That's what my friend used to do. He made a lot of
Oh yeah,
money.
find a rube. Yeah, find a rube and milk them. You don't have to be great at poker. You just have to be better than whoever showed up that day. And it's the same result either way. And uh, there's that. And so if you want, I think we're gaming, like video gaming really helps is when it accomplishes things that are just less practical in real life or completely impractical. So I think one of the advantages of digital monopoly, for example, is that for example, it can like do the math for you, can do the transactions instantly and accurately every time. And so, various aspects are set up, right? The board's already set up. You don't have to sort out the property cards. Some things happen much more quickly and easily. And a lot of board games are like
You
that. So
could pretend to go live on Boardwalk. It makes me just want to do that in real life.
yeah.
Are
Well,
there projects? I want
that
to go live in
I don't know.
Vinnyville, actually.
I don't know about pretending to live in Boardwalk, but the one we played, right? It had certain advantages over physically doing it, right? And a lot of board games lend themselves well to that. In fact, what I like about the Mario Party games is that they're basically a fancy board game that could not exist physically. You'd have to play it on a console to do it. And so they can't easily be replaced. And then some other things I think that are problem with the video game industry is so with the I would say the lag in truly groundbreaking moments over the past decade, they had to do these gimmicks. You might notice that if you've been listening to what people talk about, there was a transition to a microtransaction economy for gaming. And so what often happens is that a game will come out incomplete. It regularly needs to be patched and updated. And a significant way they make their money is microtransactions. They'll just have these skins for your characters for which you pay. They'll charge quite a bit of money for them. The cost of making the skins is almost certainly a small percentage of what the skins end up costing. And just little customization things that are mostly aesthetic and don't really enhance the experience very much. And of course, the problem is that since the games are initially released incomplete, they're very buggy. They have a lot of technical performance problems that are pretty annoying. And then the other issue is since they constantly need to be updated, you regularly need to update your game, and it will take up more and more space on your system's hard drive, and these things just become very prohibitive over
Atari
time.
never had that problem.
Yeah, well, in the old days, it used to be you would just buy a complete game. If there were bugs on it, they weren't particularly obstructive usually, unless it was just a really bad game. You had a complete product that you could play all the time. I mean, it's even hard to like get friends over to do multiplayer games with them anymore. A lot of games aren't even designed for that because they've shifted toward online. And so there's a lot of emphasis on intense graphical performance. When I don't think a lot of games that really focus on like strong graphics, I don't think they're really supported by that. Like hyper realism, a lot of games could have graphical capabilities similar to like I think the PS2 era, and be just fine. They don't need to look particularly realistic to be good.
Do you ever think we're gonna have a woke monopoly where it's oppression that there's properties of different prices and people have like the wealth inequality?
Maybe. I would say that's one gimmick, right? We were talking about there is one gimmick, something to try and just make the game more interesting. Well, what if we write the game this way, right? But I don't think that's I don't think that's so much. I think that's part of a bigger trend. I don't think it's that the industry is being fundamentally changed by that. I think that's just one example of how gimmicks have seeped into games more.
So,
Um,
you think the pronoun stuff we just watched is just more of a gimmick than anything
it's
else?
a gimmick like the microtransactions and having like 100 skins you can spend $100 on. Um, that you didn't really need to play the game. Um, and like another thing I'll talk about the Pokemon series because this is something I followed over time, and
Okay, wait.
I
Before you do that, um, we have a goal now. Not Lost would like to see me play Barotrauma. What is it called? Barotrauma. So I need to figure out how many super chats that's worth and at what price and what time period over what time period to collect it. So I have. Do you know anything about Barotrauma? Not Lost.
you
Help
know,
me out here. I'm trying to
I have
meet
no
you.
idea what that game is. I have no
What
idea.
what kind of game is it? Is it because I'm not good at the shoot 'em ups. I don't have the coordination. But if it's a walk around and explore things, like I've played Gloomhaven, I can play that kind of game. Um, so let's figure out what it's worth to you, and let me exploit your desire to watch me see Barotrauma. Why don't I do just for an experiment? I'll do $5 super chats or higher. Maybe what? Well, the game itself is probably going to be pretty expensive. So, why don't I bump it down to $2 super chats and maybe 10 of them? That's $20 over the next hour. Because I don't. Oh, by the way, Leggy and I are doing our music thing today, but it might get postponed. Leggy's going to let me know. So that may or may not happen. If it doesn't, it'll happen on another day. So I will attempt to play Barotrauma. If I get 10 super chats of $2, at least $2 a piece over the next hour. Let's try that as a practice goal. There you go, Not Lost. The opportunity is created.
Huh.
If
I might have
anybody
to
wants to help Not
deal.
Lost fulfill his dream of watching me play Barotrauma, you now have the means to do it. How's that
What
for some
happens?
empowerment?
What happens to the super chats if the goal isn't met? Do you
You
just
still
keep the
get them.
money?
You just don't have to fulfill the goal.
Oh,
But you still get to keep the
damn.
super chats if you don't reach the goal. But like last night that happened. I tried it and I didn't reach the goal, so I ran it again and still didn't reach the goal. But cumulatively, they got close enough that I went ahead and agreed to read the story anyway. So if you want me to, and I had the AI generate a story. It's about me being converted to a straight Christian guy by this big bootied voodoo lady in New Orleans. And I read it in the most manly voice that I could conjure up. So that's all last night's
Oh,
stream.
that's funny. I should have been there for that, but I was. What was I doing? I don't even
Probably
remember.
sleeping. It was pretty late.
Yeah, I probably went to sleep.
It was on our garbage stream. I did a garbage stream for garbage people.
Is that in reference to the Garbage Gate controversy?
Yeah, in fact, let me put my title back. I am now let's see, MAGA garbage gay trash Nazi. There you go. Yes. Okay, you were. Oh, wow. Okay, watching these guys trying to work together. So are you saying that me and Joe will both be playing? Is it like a co-op?
Oh, yeah. I don't think I could. Um, I don't think I could commit to that because I have a thing at 6, and so
Oh, I don't know if it doesn't have to necessarily be today. We're just setting
okay.
it up for sometime in the
Well,
future.
if he was
We could
hoping,
make a stream of it.
yeah, if he was hoping to see me do it tonight, that can
No,
definitely not happen.
I think he's just hoping to get the commitment today, at least for me to do it, which I will
Okay.
give him if I meet the goal of what, $10, $20. That seems reasonable. I love co-op games, by the. I will play any co-op game. I love co-op games.
Yeah. I had something I was gonna say. I completely lost my
Well, we
train
were
of thought.
talking about like I asked if there
Oh
would be
yeah,
woke
yeah.
Monopoly and how it was a gimmick
Yes, I remember
and
now. Um, yeah. So
Pokemon.
idea of how things have become more gimmicky and the games haven't fundamentally transformed. So the Pokemon series, I think, is a perfect example of this rock solid IP, and really a rock solid basic gaming formula that's been around for 30 years now. I think, yeah, it'll be 30 years within a year or two because it came out in the mid 90s. Um, and that was, my generation was the one that started playing those games, and we grew up with that when the games and the TV show came out, and the trading cards and all of that. And but the games were the main thing, right? The show was basically something to promote the games, and kind of like the Transformers show was something to promote the toys. And the
Same with
basic idea of
He-Man.
yeah, the basic idea of the game is you go on an adventure in this region, you catch a team of Pokemon. It's like an RPG. You level them up, you teach them abilities that they can use in battle. You have them fight other people's Pokemon, and then at the end of the journey, you fight Pokemon League. You win it, you become the champion. And also, you can try and catch all the Pokemon if possible. That got progressively harder as they kept adding Pokemon, and now there's several hundred individual species, and catching them all would be difficult. But um, that was the basic idea there. And it was turn based, so your Pokemon would do a move, then their Pokemon would do a move, and then you pick another move. And there's certain advantages depending on their elemental type and their base stats, like how strong they are. If they're an evolved Pokemon, which is like a more mature version of the Pokemon that they become while leveling up, that can also give them an advantage. So there's just all these, it's like a complex spreadsheet of factors to consider. And the initial game was pretty simple. If you're playing against another person, and you could, you would have at most a team of 6 individual Pokemon, each of whom has their own elemental types and character stats, and then they each have at a maximum of 4 abilities they can use as battle moves. And then whoever knocks out all the other person's Pokemon first would win the battle. There was a very limited set of moves, very limited number of Pokemon, and then the 1-to-1 battle thing also limited things. So the second generation, by broadening the number of Pokemon, broadening the number of moves, that helped. It gave some more mix-ups because the meta that came out of the first generation was pretty limited. And then the third generation of Pokemon, and this would have been around the time I was in 5th grade, so this was still quite a long time ago. It's maybe
Oh, so you're not talking about the one that you play on your phone where you capture the creatures?
I'm not talking about that at all.
The card game, the original Pokemon.
I'm not talking about the card game. I'm talking about the one you play on your Game Boys.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and probably
I
play
didn't
on the
know there
Switch now,
was
I
one.
guess. Yeah, so the original Pokemon games were played on the Game Boy, later the Game Boy Advance, and then the Nintendo DS, and I think everything's done on the Switch now. But by the third generation, that's kind of when they reached the peak of like actually fleshing out the game more, making it more playable. The main thing they added in the third generation, and again, this would have been around 2002, was you could do a double battle, which is you could each have 2 of your Pokemon out at once fighting each other. And because they would do moves like in combinations, you could get more complex plays than simply one Pokemon against another, each doing one move at a time. Because you could, choose which Pokemon you're going to target and with which move, and so it mixed things up a lot more. And at that point, all they've really done is just throw more Pokemon into the mix. Many of them are badly designed, not very interesting.
Do they have Wokamon yet?
I don't know about that, but just it's like the artistic style of them got progressively worse. Like in terms of just as character designs, when they started adding things to moves, they were usually essentially some kind of like a trump card feature. So something that would just give you like a really strong Pokemon or a really strong attacks, whether it was like a Mega Evolution or a Z move, like these things that just made it more arcadey and silly.
But don't gamers like all that stuff?
In some cases, but they just kept slapping things on. And what they didn't do is focus on ways to make it. One thing that remains the same is the same basic adventure is always is in play. So you travel a region, you collect 8 gym badges. After you get 8 gym badges, you qualify to compete in the Pokemon League. You go and fight the Pokemon League, and you win and become the champion. That's the framework of pretty much every Pokemon game. They have not mixed up the adventure aspect really at all. You can't go on a different type of adventure. There's nothing new
They
there.
just keep changing the characters.
Right. And then they didn't really make other types of Pokemon games that much. So they didn't make a game where, let's say, um, that broke away from the turn-based RPG element, right? So they didn't make a game where you could maybe run around, jump the Pokemon, kind of like, you play a Mario game, you can run around with Mario and control what he does. They didn't really make any major Pokemon games that could do that. And so they didn't experiment with it much. They just took the same basic formula. And then once they got to the point of perfecting it, they just started cramming other things into it that I think ultimately detracted from it. I think, like, if you watch the competitive play, it's kind of boring to see just people hit the win button. They use their Z move. Oh, it's going to blow them out. It's just, it makes the other moves insignificant. It makes most of the other Pokemon insignificant because usually only a few Pokemon have viable Z moves. And it reduces the mix-up factor, right? So they added these features that shifted the meta in that way. And I think the example of Pokemon, it has a strong following because there's just this interesting appeal initially that came with collecting and customizing your team. They added features that actually detracted from that. And then there was the adventure aspect that was fun, like where you could search around, find Pokemon, find cool items, have these interesting moments. That's lost as well. It didn't really build on that. And then the one you play on your phone, Pokemon Go, kind of got back to that a little. It's sort of not exactly VR, not virtual reality, but augmented reality, where you could actually have some of the feeling of Pokemon. I remember when it came out, people would be like, there's a wild so-and-so that you can catch over here, a certain type of Pokemon that maybe a lot of people didn't have yet. And so people would be like running over to the other side of the park to try and find it so they could catch it. And there's this breath of new life. And they really developed the Pokemon Go game to what it was initially advertised.
My roommate had it. I have some pictures of me somewhere with
Yeah.
Pokemons. I love taking the pictures with them. That was my favorite part.
Yeah. And so that I think is that's an example of a really strong IP that could have been a lot more. And obviously, I've gone into great detail about the problems with it. I stopped buying and playing the games a long, long time ago. And like when I say I do retro gaming, I just like to play the old Pokemon games. I mean, they're perfectly fun. It's nice to mix things up with them. There's still some room for creativity in how you play those. They're just fine to me. And I can't see a reason why I would buy one of the new Pokemon games and just continue to put money into what is going to be just a recycling of the same thing when I can just replay the older ones and do that. And I think that's a problem gaming in general has is for example, like the Super Smash Brothers scene. Probably the most respected competitive scene is Super Smash Brothers Melee. Super Smash Brothers Melee came out in I think 2001, 2002 for the GameCube. So it's over 20 years old. It still has a really active competitive scene. They actually just about a year ago had their largest tournament ever with over 1,000 participants in it from around the world. And it's because even though there were some technical and technological limitations of the time, it basically perfected the format of Super Smash Brothers. One thing I think that they started doing with the series after that is they started making it easier. A lot of games in general are designed to be easy to play the first time people pick it up so that they will sell better. And I can understand from a business perspective why this happens. So I'm not going to say, oh, Nintendo can't do this anymore. But for people who want games with a lot of good replay value and where they can develop their skills and feel challenged, I think a really good game challenges you and develops you. There aren't very many games like that. The Mario Party series is another great example. And I'm talking about a lot of Nintendo titles here, incidentally. Because I think Nintendo actually has a lot of the best IP, and they're able to just continue churning out sequels or spin-offs of the same basic thing. But The Mario Party games, if you look at the Nintendo 64 era ones, there were 3 that came out to that. Those are much more challenging games. Those are games that if you make a mistake, there are consequences. You will have a setback. They don't give you a lot of freebies when you play that game. If you buy a newer Mario Party game, something that's come out within, let's say, the last 5 years, one of those titles, and even a bit before that, they got more into a habit of just it's easy. You roll, you land somewhere on the board. Oh, you just get something for free, and you're kind of just all just sitting there waiting for the game to end without a whole lot of effort to see who ends up winning. And there's not a lot of things to
Like
keep you on
Monopoly.
your toes. Right. Monopoly keeps you on your toes though. Monopoly, I would say you do have to try and be proactive. You can't be complacent in Monopoly, and you certainly can't be
That's what I
complacent
kept trying to tell the people.
trying to tell what
Vinny and Leggy and even
Leggy was
Spike.
sitting Leggy was sitting on that win, and he got complacent. He just had to make a deal. But anyway, but Mario Party especially, there are opportunities in almost every turn of Mario Party that if you know how to play, especially if we're talking the older titles, great games. But in order to the thing is, because it tests you and it keeps you on your toes. If you play the first time and it's annoying because things blow up in your face, some people will be like, oh, I don't want to play this game. It's too random. I actually, I like the game so much that I watch a lot of gameplay of it on YouTube, and
Of
I've seen the
Monopoly?
difference of Mario Party.
Oh, Mario. Okay.
And what I have noticed is that people who are experienced Mario Party players, they love the game, they've been playing it for years, and it's like a friend group that's constantly playing. They know the ins and outs of the game. So when a problem blows up in their face, they don't usually just write it off as random, unfair bullshit. They know it's part of the game. They know to expect it. They have their strategy in mind, knowing what kind of things can happen to them. So in other words, they are managing their risk. They have learned to do that. Now, people who are newer to the game, they don't know how the game works. When something happens that they don't see coming, they're like, oh, this is a dumb game. And it's not that it's a dumb game. It's just that they weren't ready for it. And they just need to get good. And that's what, that's what a really great video game is. It's one where you get good. That's why people like Melee. Because Melee, if you're familiar with fighting games, usually that's testing a lot of reflexes. Like if you're familiar with Mortal Kombat and stuff like that, it's all reflex testing. And older fighting games like Melee, like some of the original Street Fighters, they are more technically rewarding, which is like if you are faster, if you are more frame precise with your inputs, like when you push certain buttons, that matters a lot more in being competitively successful. Whereas newer games are more forgiving for you. They give a wider window of frames that you can get certain moves done and therefore successfully pull off a certain type of move. So you don't have to get as technically good at a lot of these games. What they instead do is they just put in a lot more characters, one for the marketing potential, right? Like rather than have, say, maybe 15 video game characters, they try to cram in 50. And so there's a wider array of video game characters you can play. And so it's more of a matchup based game, matchups that are with characters that are easy to figure out versus perfecting a certain type of character, which is what Melee is known for, and a lot of older fighting games are known for. And this is generally the approach a lot of games have taken over the last 10 or 15 years, is that they have gravitated from being more directly accessible so that essentially, anyone can pick up a video game and have an easy time with it, which again, from a business perspective, makes sense. If
Well,
you're
that
looking
helps people like me, but I'm not
yeah,
drawn to video games. So there's still something missing because
right.
I'm not
So they're
running out to
hoping
play
to pick
video
up
games.
casual gamers, but then people who have been gaming their whole lives like me, I just don't feel a lot of excitement about new games because there aren't anything that will push me technically. There's not a lot of original stories. I'm not going to play a game with a narrative or adventure that's as unique as say Kingdom Hearts or Final Fantasy VII or BioShock. There's just a lot of that novelty is lost.
So
And
they have to figure out the next big thing to draw people like
so
you in.
yeah, there has to be, there has to be a next level. So
Maybe we
as the
can come up with something.
and I think some of it is just the technological limitations because
The panel verse game.
let's look at like the progression of video games over time. Most video games were for a long time just 2D, right? And they were left to right or top-down perspective games. And so, like the original Super Mario Brothers was a left-to-right platformer where Mario just jumps over things. And then the original Legend of Zelda is a top-down thing where you could go, forward, left, right, backward from like an aerial perspective, and you would control Link going on an adventure. Now, original arcade games were much simpler, right? It's sort of you try to get as many points as possible. You probably wouldn't spend more than 20 or 30 minutes playing the game, right? To be a good gamer then was to like get your initials in the top score of the local arcade, right? As the technology improved, this was more in memory capacity. They could get more sophisticated looking 2D visuals and have games with longer adventures in them. And so
Like Dragon's Lair.
Yeah, like Dragon Slayer, or if you look at the original Legend of Zelda game, I mean that's a pretty thorough game compared to it. You could take a few days of working really hard to
Maybe there's a way to
beat
gamify
Legend of
drama,
Zelda.
and we can all be millionaires. Maybe that's the
Yeah,
next layer.
and then when they made the transition to 3D, they used it to enhance the adventure experience, the storytelling experience, the way combat worked. But if combat changes, right, the way you're going to do character versus say enemy combat, you then change the kind of story you're going to tell. So these enhanced all the dimensions of the game. I agree that NES Zelda is fun. I could probably pick it up and play it and still have a good time.
Is that the
Um,
original Zelda?
that's the original one, yeah,
That's
the
the
very
one I
first one
remember.
that came out in '85.
Even my non-video game friends were playing it. They were into it. They were like getting Nintendos just to play Zelda.
Yeah, so the first Zelda is still a really good game, and even though it's significantly more primitive, it has a lot going for it. It's a good adventure game. I think it's difficult. Like, I would actually say the original Zelda game is one of the more difficult Zelda games out there. The most brutally difficult is the second one, actually, the direct sequel to it. That one I will not play again.
Is that
That one,
also for 64 for Nintendo?
no, that was for that might have been for the NES. Yeah, I think it was for the NES as well.
Huh.
Um, that one was disturbingly difficult, like too much. Um, that's there's enough challenge for it to be, and then there's
Chips
that game,
challenge.
Zelda 2, the Link's was Zelda 2, the Adventure of Link is what it's called. That thing is punishingly difficult, like even from the beginning. Whereas more current Zelda games usually start you out kind of light. It's usually hard to get killed early in a more current Zelda game. But they do become challenging usually as the game goes on. They have their hard parts. So they're at least I don't have that. But the original Zelda, you can die very easily in the beginning. It can be tough. And anyway, so that's something that's changed is the
Well, my ex was in the video game industry, and he told me that the biggest untapped market in video game are female casual gamers. And once the video game industry figures out how to create a game that the women will play on the same level that the men invest, then that's the next $1 billion.
in terms of
game.
an investment perspective.
But that none of them can figure out what that game is or how to make it for women.
Well, I mean, women don't like video games as much as men. Right? It's their brains hate it. Most of the girls who play video
That seems
games are tomboys.
sexist. What about all these girl gamers and Gamergate and all of that?
Those are largely tomboys. Like they're girls who like.
They're not real women.
No, I don't know if you're joking right now, but like.
No, I mean, what makes those women different from the women that they're trying to capture in this market? Like, are there different types of women, and some are video gamers?
Yeah, I would say they're basically tomboys, right? And so, you might say tomboys have two groups. They're like the nerd girls who share the habits of nerd guys, and then there are the ones who are into more athletic things. So
because like the Gamergate people seem like they didn't seem tomboys. They seem like these whiny feminist Karen types.
Well, I mean, I think that's seeped into just a lot of that stuff. And then of course you got to remember that not everyone who is I'm not going to get into the whole Gamergate thing. It's just an annoying topic. So forget about Gamergate, right?
I think it's relevant to what we do here.
I, I,
But I mean,
I
do
don't,
whatever topics you want. I just don't
I,
find it
I don't.
irrelevant or annoying.
I feel like I'm going to open a whole can of worms that really does not shed light on the
I,
phenomenon
I'm I'm
itself.
just more interested in like I didn't know that there were differences in women based on which ones play video games or not. Like not no real women play video games, just the tomboy women. And then you're like, but those are still women. So now I'm confused about the categories of women. Hey, Dopes.
It's
Hello.
just it's a thing like it's one of those.
And if it's a straight
Um,
thing, just tell me and I'll leave it alone.
I don't think it's a straight thing so much. It's just one of those things that guys tend to like more. It's like one of those hyper like focused male fixation type of hobbies that has historically never resonated as well with women. There are some women who like gaming, and I think there's a so like, and when I look at games that women like, they're usually fun, much less. So like I've even done surveys on this. I put them out online and see what it says, and like women will get more interested in games like Animal Crossing.
Stardew
They're not.
Valley.
Yeah, so like these kind of cutesy games, usually games where you can't really lose. Um, they're just these. They're just very simple, and for guys usually like games with more danger, with more risk, with some aggressive or violent element to them. They tend to so like guys are much more likely to think things like to find games like Call of Duty to be their favorite. Um, and women are more likely to find like the kind of cutesy games. I think one reason why Pokemon has actually that's one of the games I think that has a pretty even distribution is because there's the combat element that can appeal to guys, but there's also sort of like the raising the Pokemon and building them up element that is appealing to females. And some Pokemon are also designed to be kind of cutesy looking, so it appeals to them as well. So you can basically have like a cute puppy dog type of
See,
Pokemon.
I feel like this is an untapped. Like everybody in the video game industry knows this is a gold mine. They're trying to tap into it. I feel like you're just dismissing, like women, like women, and that's one of the like you almost
So
have me siding with the woke here.
so
Oh,
I'm
her.
gonna let you know, like that gaming market, you're not gonna have very many like complex, like huge gaming like AAA titles that get released that appeal to that market. The games that they're going to be interested are like simple games that you play on your phone. Like
But
Scrabble Go.
what if that's just limiting your thinking? Like I think with a little more creative thing, I don't accept that that ruling yet without
I
having
mean,
it be.
I've heard I don't think I've ever heard guys talk about how much they hate video games, but I have heard lots of women talk about how much they truly fucking hate video games and they hate that their husbands or their boyfriends play them. There's just this. So when I'm saying that, like,
Do we
I
have
have
any
noticed
girl
this,
gamers out there? Y'all have me side like it's very rare that I'm on the side of the women, but I'm on your side on this. If there's any girl gamers that want to
the
come
girl
up and
gamers
talk
are
about
playing
your
video
I know
games.
love for video
two.
games,
I know two women IRL who play games, and I think that's it. And by games, I mean the more, shooters, strategy
the real
games. Like,
games that are
well,
not
I
played
mean,
by
don't
real
call them
women.
real games. I can enjoy both types, but there are differences. But both are games. The definition of game doesn't depend on if it's competitive or not. Even like I know a lot of like the majority of games or the majority of gamers, they like multiplayer where they actually compete against other humans. Like I don't. That's not my favorite. Like my favorite is, strategy games where I sit in the basement for 6 hours just by myself. That's my favorite, and there's a variance and everything. And it's just that
Yeah,
some people tend more towards some camps. That doesn't mean there aren't completely normal straight women who like shooters. There are. It's just that
But
yeah.
just give
there's
up on
much
that
less.
market. It's just unrealistic to expect that that's ever going to be a market.
Jeff, if you figure out how to make the video game that basically captures the entire like female market, you're also going to know the secret sauce to making the WNBA profitable. This is the kind of Like this is
I didn't
basically the
realize
same
video games
fundamental
were
law.
that skewed male. They seem like something that should be open to any human. Like my only limitation is my coordination, but I not necessarily. I didn't associate it with like a male interest any more than I associate
And,
like an interest in punk rock or rock music is male, but maybe it is.
and I say this like I've played video games with both my sisters. Okay, I had a twin sister who grew up gaming with me, and then my older sister didn't grow up gaming as much, but she still plays with me. But like um uh the way that they game is just different than even I do, right? It's just especially my twin sister. So I would say she's probably the more feminine of the two. Um, and so there's a reason why there's this untapped market. Is it's a market that doesn't like video games nearly as much, and it's for the same reasons that the WNBA
And they'll
isn't
never
really
like it. There's
profitable.
not like some game they could suddenly create, like the Barbie game, that suddenly women will start liking video games.
Honestly, here's what would happen. You release a Barbie game, I think the players who dominate that scene are going to be men, and they're going to be like speedrunners, and they're going to be like, here's how we are autistically perfect the Barbie game. Like they're just going to come into it with a male perspective. They're not going to have that same kind of bias, I think, and it's just they're going to do what they want with it. They're going to make
What
the
if
game
they
more
made a
fair.
panel drama game? Like that will draw. I'm convinced that's going to draw the women. If they can gamify drama and gossip and relational aggression.
Okay,
Oh, that's actually
maybe
a good
that.
point. That's
That's
Thank
because
you.
role-playing games are much more
right.
to like. I think the percentage of women in role-playing games are much higher.
I
You know,
think we're
Yeah.
sitting on a $1 million idea here, and y'all are like poo-pooing it, and I'm
million,
trying to
billion dollar.
exploit our
Well,
creativity.
here's the issue too, right? So I think what you just said, like a panel drama game, that could be um, very impactful, but it's very difficult to simulate that, right? What you would need is then something where people can interact in real time. So I'll tell you this, Jeff. I will give you this. You're gonna love this. So I have been it's like another like YouTube genre I like to watch are Minecraft civilization simulations.
Mm.
And some of them have gotten to be quite ambitious, like with a couple hundred, even to 1,000 people, where for 2 weeks they have this large, very large, like terrain that's just free to roam, and people can play on it. And what they usually do is they form civilizations and they organize, in some cases, very sophisticated states for the 2 weeks that they're up. And one thing that makes them impactful is that if you get killed in this server, you're gone. You are actually dead. You cannot respawn and come back and can keep playing. So
No sock account.
you can't bypass. Basically, only certain people are invited, and so there no soccer accounts can come in. You come in with your one account, and so by making mortality an aspect of the game, they're sort of, with some extent, able to simulate actual human behaviors in these things. And so you can imagine there are some conflicts that form. People go to wars. Sometimes they resolve them, sometimes they don't. When I notice how the players differentiate and how they play, and I would say I've actually noticed a pretty even balance between dudes and chicks. At least there's a lot more women in these games than I would initially expect, and so not like 5%, right? But definitely a lot more than that. What I have noticed is that, especially when you're talking about organizing large states, some states which have hundreds of citizens in them, when the male players rise to power, it is more often the case that they do through strength and violence and conquest. They do so being a commander who has the respect of other players who are good at the combat aspect of Minecraft. And so through their own skills and their bravado on the battlefield, because again, like if you get killed, you're out of the game. So there's some actual like test of courage here, right? You miss out on the rest of the event. You don't get to enjoy it with your friends anymore, right? Like so, there's some incentive to try and survive, and to avoid a fight if possible. This is much more often the case for male players, whereas I've noticed with female players, when they become politically powerful, and sometimes running entire states even, it's usually due to their ability to network and have good relationships with folks, and sort of achieve this social status where um, whatever maybe the advantage of killing her would be, um, it would almost be a significantly greater embarrassment for the, let's say, a male player who wants to use force to get his way. The social cost of killing her, assassinating her, would almost certainly be greater than whatever the gain is. So they are often, that isn't to say that they're never assassinated, but that's sort of how they overcome that, is they usually use
So there's
social
a role for
networking.
women in this game.
Yes, and
There's
there are
what are
some women
women's
who,
fantasies? Just tap into that, like hurting men. Just make a game where women just get to bash a bunch of men.
I don't think that's their fantasy.
yeah, and so, and in many cases, I would say that there's a meritocracy aspect to it. So I would say because since there's often these last 2 weeks, it's really unfortunate that they can't go on for a really long period of time, and you can really see how states can develop and adapt. But across multiple events, you notice that a lot of the same players they usually will elect a king or a queen. So most of them use some sort of monarchical system, and kings are usually proven commanders from previous events. So they've often been king before, or if they weren't a king, they were general for a different monarch in a previous event. But the female players, they often have a lot of leadership experience. They're often good deal makers. They're able to negotiate treaties with folks. They are actually providing something as leaders, but they're just doing it from what we might think of as more of a traditionally feminine point of view. Right. And for them, I'm sure
That's what I'm questioning, this traditionally feminine masculine thing and the stereotypes, and contrasting with what I see in the modern world, where all of
right.
that's kind of fuzzier categories than
Well,
before.
so, and here's the thing: these are young people. So I would say most of these people in these events are like about 25 or younger. And so these aren't even really like very traditional people, right? Like I would say a lot of these people are pretty woke, probably. But when just left to their own devices, this is how they tend to play. Is they just go into what feels natural for them. The natural thing for the male players is to prove how tough they are and to achieve by might and conquest. And for the female players, it's through the personal touch. And I would imagine that the male players who are dominating the battlefield, and sometimes they conquer the entire server and they become the ruler of the world. I imagine that they're having just as much fun as the girls who network and negotiate their way to the top without having to get anybody killed. I don't think it's any less fun for either one, and they're both playing the same game, but they're playing it very differently. One of the great things about Minecraft is you get that level of personal creativity in how you approach it, right? The crafting isn't just in making things, but when you add a multiplayer aspect and you can simulate civilizations, there's this whole other dimension of social crafting that occurs. And if I think Microsoft is really the only company that can tap into a female gamer base and quite
They
that
haven't.
way,
That's who he
because
worked for. They haven't figured out how to do it yet, or at least they didn't 15 years ago.
yeah.
But you're saying don't give up on the dream.
Well, we'll just say Minecraft is the whole point of Minecraft is it's a sandbox game. It's whatever you imagine it to be when you start up a server and invite people to it. And so there's no clearly defined goal, right? The goals are whatever you do when you set it up. So these servers, they say, have fun with it. There are no rules except the ones that you make for
I
yourselves.
think we have a woman
And
here that finds all of this
Yeah.
boring. So she might be You might be right. Maybe this is the barrier.
Right.
Maybe there is something about women themselves that's the barrier.
Well,
Yeah.
we have to consider though that we aren't the viewers aren't experiencing the actual experience of playing the game. They are experiencing Joe talking about it quite scientifically.
Yeah, and I'm explaining it to you, Jeff, right? Like even I think that what I am saying, I'm thinking this as I'm talking about it. I think what I'm saying is not nearly as fun as actually just watching it. Like go to YouTube, find one of these, because what the server event hosts do is they will document what happens and then make a 1 to 2 hour movie, essentially, a documentary of it, explaining everything that happened during as much as they can fit into the video during the 2-week event. And so some of what happens is just truly fascinating. It's just it's very interesting to see what people do. when given the opportunity to sort of
Right. And
figure them
as a
out.
creative thinker and creative problem solver, I refuse to accept that this game's not possible. It just makes me want to like come up with a way to actualize it
Well,
even
so
more.
l- let
I don't accept all of this limiting thinking. Maybe that's the barrier to the creation of this game and
so let
not the
me let me
women
pose this
themselves.
let me pose this to you, Jeff. Right. So where the Call of Duty franchise has found a lot of success and has made a lot of money, is in the multiplayer aspect. It started out as a story game that had some multiplayer features on the side, but you would play a campaign that simulated an event in military history, originally World War II. And then sometimes they would come up with fictional things. So the Modern Warfare series came up with fictional wars in the
That's how
current day
Dungeons and Dragons started.
right? But uh, Call of Duty 4 had a really good single player campaign, but what really made it bring the Call of Duty series to new heights was its really good multiplayer setting. And with multiplayer, you're playing competitive matches in which players shoot each other that last 10 to 15 minutes each. And then you go right into another game, and you can, if you want to play a quick game or play for a few hours, you can do that, and you can have these contests that are very easy to scale out and have recur in rapid succession and just do again and again. And they're always fun. There's always a lot of novelty because even if you play, with a limited set of weapons on a limited number of maps, the players can still make choices that mix up how each experience goes. And some matches can be truly memorable. I've had
Yeah.
like Call of Duty matches that I've played that really just felt out of this world. They're just amazing moments for me. And uh, a lot of multiplayer games fit neatly into that. There's something that you can repeat and put out again, and there's usually some kind of contest in which people score points. That are athletic games do this, so you can play like NBA 2K online and do that. So you can basically just simulate an actual sport in a video game. But a lot of multiplayer games have some kind of, we'll say, combat related aspect to them, like Call of Duty does, League of Legends does, and then even tabletop games like our tabletop RTS games like Age of Empires or StarCraft have that aspect to them. A lot of MMOs have that aspect to them, like Fantasy Combat, World of Warcraft, RuneScape. These are things that can be repeated a lot. And so then the question is, if we know what women like, how do we take something like that and make it into something that has a lot of replayability, which you could have a lot of
That doesn't seem hard for bright people to figure out.
that's the thing. So it's like, how do you have a 10 to 15 minute contest in which like if it's like a social game, there's a clearly defined winner at the end, right? That's the thing, and it would be as fun as engaging as the other stuff.
Well, I'm going to talk to my women friends about this, see what they think, as soon as I
Yeah,
find something.
but I think part of the problem is that, like, from what I said, it's like you're kind of trying to figure out at the same time how to make the WNBA profitable.
I
And the reason
disagree.
why,
I don't accept that analogy. Because
one
I
thing that's
think
better,
gaming is way more open-ended than just something as specific as WBNA. That's just one type of game.
right? It's
Well,
true,
just in
true.
general, how to make women's sports more popular because it's basically in every single field it's less popular than male, except the few fields where the national team of that nation is like dominating. So in Norway, in every single sport except handball, the men's side is much more interesting. But because our women's handball team is one of the best, we care about that. But like aside from that, we don't care about the women's side. They don't get any publicity because people the people who care about sports usually care about seeing the most competence possible, and you generally have like men generally are able to output more power, more intensity, and that usually leads to more engaging or more interesting sports. It doesn't always, though. If again, like in skiing or handball, our women's team do amazing, and they really showcase their skill. But just in general, the men's side is more.
I don't know. I watch women play Survivor all the time and do really well at it, and win very physical challenges and play the social game at the same time, and
What
just
do
as
you
well or
think?
sometimes better than the men.
Why do you think then that women's sports is not as watched as men's sports?
Well, I guess I'm separating the watching of it from the playing of it. To me, if a
Okay,
woman is
yeah,
interested in
for
sports,
sure.
she's not doing it for the watch. She's doing it for the love of the activity itself, or she's like personally challenging herself or something.
Mhm.
But
Women's
the part
soccer.
about the pay, to fix the pay gap, you gotta actually make it more popular because you can't
Yeah,
just
I just
print
think we're
out more
talking about two
money.
different things.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
talking
for
about
sure.
creating the opportunity for the woman, like not writing them off as either women don't want this or we just can't figure out a way to give women what they want. And so there's been no progress on this at all in 15 years, versus all of these other things y'all are talking about. I think I'm just having a different conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and so what I would pose is simply whatever is fun for a woman, especially if we're talking about like some sort of a game where the mechanic is primarily social, like it's some sort of simulation of a social experience that's engaging and fun. How do you get a game version of that that brings something to it that reality doesn't? Like, why not just go to the coffee shop and talk with their friends,
But
right?
that they don't have that requirement for any other video game. They play something that people can perfectly easy go do in person. They still rather do it on a game. So why would that be a requirement for a female game?
Well, I would say if you want to play, like, say, a basketball video game, it's easier to just start up a game, like pull up your
I mean, they
um.
obviously come on YouTube and do all their drama female stuff without going
Mhm.
to the coffee shop. So women are incentivized to stay at home and do what they love, just like men are. Because
Yeah,
I see it on
and so
YouTube
there
all day
on the
long.
panel stuff, and then like I said with the Minecraft stuff is they don't actually have to do a whole lot of stuff in Minecraft specifically to play it the way they would want to play. And I think it's one of the examples why these Minecraft experiences show a lot of prominent female players that you would not necessarily see in other games where the prominent players are almost always going to be men who are very good at playing the game in a technically perfect way. Which the warriors, they usually call themselves PvPers, are in Minecraft. Like you have to be extremely like frame perfect and um understand like the bizarre physics of Minecraft that are counterintuitive and knowing the
Women
right
can't do
things
all
to
of
do at
that.
the right time. Men I think are more excited by the struggle to do that. And there are some.
I don't. I can't overcome the sense that there's some misogyny at work here,
Well, here's the thing. I used to
or at least some
like
stereotype, like some gross archaic stereotyping.
I'm just saying it's what I've noticed among the players, right? If I have seen actually some very talented female PvPers, but there just aren't nearly as many of them. And then um, even among the male players who aren't particularly good at PvP, they usually resort to violence or something like that as a way to get what they want in these Minecraft events. They usually resort to the fighting aspect. They're not usually using the diplomatic approach. They're even if
And
they're
if
not
there's
very
too
good.
much of that, women are not going to stick around, or not going to have much of a place in that environment.
Yeah, and um, I think like um, you know how guys can just get really hyper focused on something that's impersonal. It's like the classic, men are more interested in things, women are more interested in people, sort of thing, right? And games are like things that men can get hyper fixated on and use it to sort of develop themselves, right? So it's something to practice problem solving in ways that they find pretty fun. Um, and so I think the way you'd have to make a game that basically does not service that at all, and instead does what you said, does the things that women are more inclined to find interesting, and in a way that it adds something that they can't just do in real life
Right, you
already.
gamify the panelverse. Because one thing they can't get in their coffee shop is all the people from all across the world that show up in this location.
Right. And some could say that, effectively, you might even say the Panelverse is game. So, like, what do you want to define as a video game? Is this stream basically a video game in and of itself? Like,
It
what's the
can
what's
be.
the
I'm
line?
trying to monetize a goal right now. So far, I got $5.
Would you
Not laws.
gamify it
We're gonna have
enough?
to try barrel trauma another day, or revise the goal. Maybe wait till there's more people. Right, but that's what I say. It doesn't necessarily have to be aggressive game. I think there's some stereotyped and limited thinking about women and about what games are. And I think if you, as creative problem solvers, if you expand past that, it's possible to come up with some kind of game that would appeal to women on a mass
Well,
scale and make a lot of money off of it.
I think if we're being fair, I'm actually saying this about both sexes, right? So I'm saying like the men in the Minecraft scenarios usually choose the violent path compared to the diplomatic path. Just even if they're not very good at fighting, they're much more likely to try this. It's something I've noticed. And so it's just as much a statement on men as it is women. And so, you know, I'm going to say there's some merit to your overall thesis, which is that when you think about what the technology that is video gaming, what it fundamentally is, doesn't necessarily have to be things that just men would like to do. But so far, pretty much everything that we can think of that we would make into a game seems to favor, you know, what naturally occurs in a population of male psychology, you know, more than the other sex.
Maybe we
And so,
need more women in STEM and video gaming.
well, I mean, a lot of companies are hiring for that, but again, it's just like, what do people want to do? So Dolbez mentioned that 30 to 40% of all Steam accounts are female, and I believe that, right? There's also a lot of different games on Steam, so
Yeah.
it'd be interesting to see which games are they playing, which games do they have the most hours on, and you know, if you could get a lot of data on that, I think you would notice some interesting trends.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
It's like there are extremely good like female chess players. There's probably hundreds upon hundreds of female chess players who could beat me any day of the week. But you know, would they beat the top 10 men? Probably not. And historically, that's been the case.
That shouldn't be hard to find which games women are playing on Steam.
Oh yeah, sure. I just searched up Steam user base, and I haven't actually, done more than just look at the top
Well,
one because
I
I
don't
don't
know if
want to look into the demographics.
I don't know how much. Obviously, Steam or we'll say Valve would have that data.
They have a whole section on girl games.
So
Women
yeah,
in
they would have that
gaming,
data.
girl
Maybe
games.
maybe they could show, you know, to what extent you know, men and women differ in their game choices.
25
Um,
games that women actually enjoy. Baldur's
The big
Gate
thing,
is
though,
one they're
is that
recommending.
it isn't like there's two distinct groups. Like I think that's what people
But I think
believe
that's what
wrong.
Joe is saying. Like psychologically,
No, no,
there are
no. He's
two.
talking about it's a double distribution. Like there's two bell curves, but there is like they're on the same axis. They have an overlap. Wait, how do I model it with my hands? Either way, like
you did a good job. I could see it.
yeah, like there are. It isn't like there's separate things. It's just two distributions with different peaks on the same distribution. On the same axis. There will be a lot of overlap, and there also will be a lot of extreme cases, and that is, why if you need something or if a specific job or a game, it selects for the very extreme of either of those sides, the distribution, the gender that has its distribution closest to that side will absolutely dominate. So even if, let's say, you're gonna select for the most hardworking people who exist, even though the average woman and man are pretty similar in hard workedness, if you get to the extreme, there will be an overrepresentation of one of the sides. Now I don't know actually which because there's conflicting data, but like there will be an overdominance because just that slight nudge to one side in the distribution will make the extreme be dominated.
Here's a gamer. Look at his rig. This guy's gonna weigh in. Way easy.
Hey, what's up?
What's
I
up?
actually don't game that much. Only like
Oh,
when I'm like sick and bored.
is YouTube your game?
I used to game a lot though. I did used to game a lot because in my past I had a job that I was just sitting around a lot. So, but I heard you guys talking about the girls in the video games, and I was interested.
Yeah. What's your take? I know you have
Well,
a more of a traditional view.
yeah, I would say so. Like when you think about why people like video games in general, what would be like your suggestion, do you think?
Dopamine.
Right, like the
Escapism.
addiction to it, right?
Yeah, like they designed the game. They know how the brain works, and they designed them to like release a certain amount of dopamine after a certain level of challenge, etc., to keep your brain
Mhm.
going
Right.
at it.
And men's brains are just more um the word I'm looking for, like they're more likely
Dopaminergic.
to like be like, that's why more men are addicts. If you think
So
about
there
like the
might be something about women's brains that is
yeah,
contributing to
yeah,
this.
it's something to do with
Yeah,
women. Yeah, that they don't get addicted to the video game. That's not something, the reward and addiction system with it isn't as much as it is with men.
Well, they sure seem addicted to the drama. So if you could, to me, if you could gamify the
But that's
drama,
touching other things. That's touching
right.
their feelings. That's why.
Yeah, drama isn't. It's very rarely something that you could say is an activity unto itself, right? You could play a game of basketball, and you could have a disagreement about what happened in the game, and then a bunch of drama could spiral from there.
well, I guess I'm
But
talking about the relational drama that I see all day on YouTube.
No, and
It's
like we're talking about
undeniable
like
that it
Days of Our
exists.
Lives and like the Criminal
The
Minds
stories.
and these drama TV shows, right? Like these are the things that women are more likely to be hooked onto, and it's because it plays with their emotions, right? Someone dies, someone loves, someone's hated, right?
Hmm.
they
It's
love
just
true
like,
crime.
They love to
yeah.
hate.
So yeah, I think that's why men are more likely to be into video games. Like I've met very few girls who
So
actually play.
speakeasy. Like I told Jeff, I know girls who play. Like my twin sister and I grew up playing video games together. Um, and But one thing I've noticed is that I've never heard a guy say, "Man, I fucking hate video games." I have heard a lot of women say how much they
I don't
hate
love
video
them.
games. That they hate that they exist. They hate that
I
their boyfriends play them, or their husbands play them, or their children play them. They hate them.
I don't like hate them, but I actually do tell people, especially people who don't have their shit together, to like stay away from them because of how addicting they are, right? Like that's
Yeah.
why like games are addicting, right? Like you can play for hours and not even realize you played for hours because it's giving you that reward system. But
Yeah.
like you
No,
put all that time into a video game that you could be putting into yourself, right? So I mean,
that's
if
what I
you're
said to people. Like
established,
there are some
you're
things you learn to
retired
do
or
in games.
whatever.
Like you can learn how to be like an investor or a businessman by playing a video game, depending on what type it is. Like you will make very similar decisions. And if you can get good at that, why not just do it in real life and make actual money and, pull your weight?
Yeah, I don't know if that like weighs good in the real world though, because like people make those decisions based off a bunch of like virtual money that they don't actually have, or like I don't think people don't take the same risk with real money and like the saving. You can save up millions in a game compared to what you can save in real life, right? I don't know
Well,
if it would equal being a businessman.
I would say that it does because the thing about a game is that you'll have, I would say, problems you can solve that have a certain level of complexity that aren't really much different than something you make in certain business environments. Obviously, I think some businesses and what it's like to run them would be difficult to replicate in games. But um, yeah, in terms of just identifying opportunities and being able to like commit to a plan to get behind them and being able to have something at stake, a lot of people are willing to do
I
these
would
in video
agree.
games.
There's some games where they would inspire certain aspects that you could use in business, but I wouldn't say like you could play a video game and then run a business off of this. That would be, you know.
No. That's not what I'm saying. But like you could use sort of like habits and thought processes that you develop in the games and apply them to a professional context that at least can help you make money, right? So, when I
If you have a
like,
very like predictable business thing. Like
Yeah.
that's the thing, right? Like it's the game you kind of building off of something that's like a system that can't be broken. Where like in real life things are so up and down, you don't know what's gonna happen, right?
Yeah. So there are some businesses which you described that they would have something that's maybe simple and repeatable, that gives them more predictability. That's better. So I don't imagine you could be a good gamer and say, okay, now I'm going to open a mental health clinic based on my ability as a game. Like that seems to me like it would be
Why
a very
not?
chaotic way to. Because I don't think there's a video game like that.
Yeah, you create characters in the game. You can create your characters.
Wasn't that what started Gamergate? She created a game about depression.
I don't know. I didn't really pay attention to Gamergate when it happened. I didn't really learn about it.
Maybe
until years afterward.
we're talking out of ignorance. A lot of us, because I know least about video games than probably anybody in this entire community. And I'm sitting here like I know what I'm talking about too.
Yeah.
Well,
But there's-
Gamergate was like chicks complaining that there's not enough women in the gaming industry and representation, and all the chicks that are in video games have like big tits and big asses, and they're all complaining about this type. It's just basically feminism invading more men's spaces. That's all.
As far as
So
I can
you
tell,
see
it's
video
just-
game as a men's space then?
Yeah, of course. Because they're more likely.
That's what I have a hard time
control them.
accepting. Someone like me that loves mid spaces and want as many of them as possible
Have you ever,
resists the idea that video gaming is only a mid space.
Jeff? Have you ever played like online gaming at all?
A little bit.
Like Call of Duties, these kind of
No.
games?
No.
Have you heard like? Don't never mind the kids that are playing these; they shouldn't even be playing them the way they talk. But like, have you heard how like the grown dudes that are playing talk to each other, or even like?
Yeah, I've heard some of the
teenage boys.
yeah.
Yeah, like
Which that's just to me. That's
when you
just how
add
guys
a
talk
woman
when they
into
get together.
this space, it's wouldn't you? Okay, let me give you a different example. Like if you have a construction crew and you add a woman into the space, don't you think it makes things a little differently? Like in a space where like dudes are like telling like really vulgar.
Yeah, most women don't like to come on my panel for that reason because the guy talk on here.
Right. So that's what I mean. It kind of
Which I
it throws off what you have going on in that space already, right?
But could there be female gaming spaces that work differently?
Sure, but like they don't need to be in every space, right? Like this whole like representation needed.
Oh yeah, I
anywhere.
agree with that.
Yeah.
That
So to,
yeah.
to what Speakeasy said, the fundamental problem with Gamergate was rather than make games that we simply like and we would enjoy, we want to tell people they can't enjoy what they like and they shouldn't be able to even buy those games anymore. And like
Yeah.
what you said, Jeff,
Like
essentially,
fuck off. Like,
Yeah.
play your stupid games that you like. Make your girls in your games how you like, and leave the fucking idiots alone, right? Like
and essentially what I'm pointing out,
stupid.
Jeff, is like we've had 10 years since Gamergate happened, and all the women who are complaining, did they go on to help form games that tapped into this untapped female gamer market? Well, clearly no, because you just brought it up at being an untapped market. So they've had 10 years to sort of do what they want, and they haven't. And the thing is, like, they know what they like, they know what they find fun. Why don't they just make a game for it already? It's not like the idea hasn't been there until like it's like here we are all this time later. The idea has been there. A lot of people would have wanted to do something with it. They just haven't been able to figure it out. And
So let them
Ironically, they
make
may
their
have
own
worsened
games.
it.
You
Why am I
know,
worried
those
about
all
it?
the women that complain about like the video game girls, I agree we shouldn't be promoting any promiscuity, but let's focus on the girls that are in real life trying to make themselves with big asses and big tits. Why don't we like shame them first instead of the video game characters that nobody fucking cares about?
yeah, like if people want to design video game characters like that, I mean, I don't see an issue with that. To me, it's just part of the medium. Is some games have that style, some don't.
Think
and buy
about
the
who
ones you
makes
wanna play.
video games. It's a bunch of nerds. What do they want to see? They want to stare at a chick's ass while they're playing the video game. Like they're fucking incels, dude. Like of course that's what they're doing, dude.
Yeah, back
I
when
don't care
when
about the
first
video game
installed-
character. I care about the real life people that are doing the stupid shit up in here.
Yeah, and
That's
back
why
when I
most of
first
us chose
installed,
Chun Li back in the Street Fighter days. Got to choose Chun Li for the upskirt.
yeah, but like when I first
See?
started playing League of Legends years ago, because my best friend had been playing it and he wanted me to get into it. Knowing nothing about the game, I said, "Which there's a lot of characters here. Which one's a redhead?" And he said, "Miss Fortune's a redhead." I said, "Okay, I'm gonna pick her as my main," and she was my main for all years, just purely for that reason. And
See?
um, now I
And
will
they
say, League of
do
Legends
that
is
because it sells.
yeah, and League of Legends is also I think a game that has a larger number of female players than other titles.
That's because
From
it's
what
a
I've
bad
noticed,
game.
that's because it's a bad game.
Again, though, this
I-
is just feminism invading
well,
another, like,
I will
either
say though,
men's
there's a
spaces
lot
or
of
just a
drama in League
space
of
in
Legends.
general, right? Like,
That
think
is
about
true.
they do this with movies. They complain about this shit with everything, right? Like, it's the same
Right,
thing.
they
Oh, we
do.
don't
Those
have.
whiny bitches. Let them make their own fucking games. Why am I sitting here doing their work for them? This is emotional labor.
Yeah, it's
How did
like
I get
what I'm
sucked
saying.
into this?
Everything I've said, like maybe you were interpreting it as like, oh, we shouldn't do it. We shouldn't even try. That's not what I've been saying, Jeff. What I've been saying is just manage your expectations. Don't expect this to materialize because they've had a really long time to do it and they just haven't yet. And like if money could just easily just start gushing out of this opportunity,
You know
like
which girl
really,
gamers get watched the most on like Twitch and stuff like that? The ones that do it in their bikinis. They don't even have to be good at the games. Okay,
yeah.
this is nobody cares about women playing video games. It's like women's sports, right? Who's watching? The women aren't even watching that. Like this is the thing, right? Like, sorry, this is just how life is. Like it's just a fact of life. Sorry, like it's like saying like, oh, I wish the sky was pink. It sucks that it's always blue. Well,
Sometimes it is.
sorry.
That doesn't help his point, Jeb.
I'm glad we're having this
You know,
conversation.
I hopped up because I just wanted to throw a curveball. As far as Twitch, you're right. As far as the girl streamers, but I've actually watched a bunch of female streamers that use voice filters or whatever, so they talk like dudes when they're playing. It's kind of funny because to the point you guys were making a couple minutes ago before I hopped up, they don't want to be heard as by the other gamers as gals. They want to just talk like dudes with these voice filters going. Whether we're watching them in bikinis or not, that's for the audience. But for the gamers, they're trying to portray dudes, and some of them are badass snipers. They're pretty badass at Call of Duty and those games.
I think
I've
nowadays I would
noticed.
assume that they're probably trans if that were happening. If I like suddenly pulled like such a stream up and saw it or it came up in my search. I think that's where my
Would
mind
they
would go.
be in
I wouldn't
bikinis,
consider
though?
the filter.
Would they be in bikinis? I don't think so.
Yeah,
Probably not.
I
Well,
wear a
it
bikini if I
depends
get
yeah,
on the
enough
they take
direction.
those
Snapchats.
pictures too. Unfortunately.
Yeah, it's
I
what
just
Nala says is true is that in multiplayer games so I've heard it go two ways. I have a friend I know. She also games a lot. When she plays a lot of multiplayer games, she has noticed that like when her mic isn't on or isn't working, and so they don't ever hear her speak. The way they talk to her, they basically assume she's a guy, and they talk to her in a way that they would a guy, and that their attitude toward her changes, sometimes for better, sometimes for worse, when they find out she's female. So sometimes they're much more gentlemanly. They're much more likely to give her free things. Like she plays Fortnite a lot, so they will give her like gear and like try to make things easier for her in ways that they don't when they don't realize she's female. So
See,
she's noticed this.
it compromises the team. All right. Introducing a woman into this man's space compromises the team. Now all those dudes gotta suck ass and give their gear up for this chick that can't fucking get it together. All right, kick them
Tommy,
out.
why you
All
want
of
to
them.
come over
Fuck
here and get
it.
yourself
Boycott
blocked?
women
Here,
playing
kitty,
video
get
games.
him.
Calm
Station
down.
33. There's your timeout.
Who got timed out?
Tommy's coming in here for some reason, wanting to get himself blocked.
What?
Okay.
Oh God, I see. Fuck. Okay.
Yeah. Don't give him like I don't know,
Oh.
50 minutes or something like that. Not too long, but you wanted
Yeah.
you wanted someone to time out, so I could sacrifice that one.
Wait, did you blow that out of your nose? Like double stream, like a
Dragon.
Yeah.
Like a
Yeah,
dragon.
exactly.
Fire breathing Yahweh.
Oh, and there he went. The fifth guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Oh,
remember.
he
his
just
name.
came up to
Yeah.
that little.
So Jeff, if you could think of a game that makes money on it, do what you can to
I
make it happen.
did the panel drama.
Okay, so that's already a thing. How do you make it into an actual
You
game, like a
monetize it.
title?
That's the key. That's the key.
So we're talking about a game in a more abstract sense, right? It's not like you would buy it on Steam and download it and install it, the Panelverse drama game. You're talking about taking the actual Panelverse drama and making that into a game?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be necessarily be a Steam game. It just has to be a game.
Well, so
Yeah, like instead of like video game graphics, the characters could be actual people on YouTube somehow. If you can make little fake Pokemon cartoons that you project into like non-existent reality, you can use us as game elements. I just see a lack of creative thinking. I think with the right creative thinking, it could be pulled off.
Well, I will say one thing that
You're trying to make a
games-
video game out of
Yeah.
YouTube panels? Is that what I'm hearing?
Some kind something that approaches a video game that would appeal to women, like the drama.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to leave in a moment, but the fundamental thing is you have to make a game that will be fun for women that transcends what is currently possible for them in real life. Now, when you look at
I know they already have a kitchen simulator, so I can't think of that one.
And here's the thing: you don't get to eat the actual food, so it sucks. But like
Why
most
did
video
my
games,
life
do
change?
something. Don't do.
I figured it out.
So when you think about like what most games have been, they've been some kind of an adventure. Like you're some kind of hero on some kind of quest, and there's a bunch of different types of
Yeah,
quests.
soccer
different ways they
moms.
can
We'll call
play.
it soccer moms. The quest is you take your kids to soccer, and then you take them home, and then you do the laundry, and you go to bed. Same thing every day.
The Sims used to have that. That was
That is
pretty
actually a good
successful,
example
right?
of a
And I'll tell
game
you,
that women like.
Drama Sim, The
my
Sims,
sister
but
really
with
liked
drama.
that game. I did not play Sims. I kind of tried it out, but I was like, my sister really.
See, that's
liked
like a girl's game right there.
I'm telling you, so they tend to like games like that, like Animal Crossing, and anything that just resonates more with their natural sensibilities. And I knew guys who like Sims, and then even the way they would.
You
play
know
would be
why
different.
Sims is a good one? It's for
Why?
real though, because it's the indoor decorating, and then you get to, like,
That's why the
marry.
gays liked it.
There's the
When I played-
marrying and all of this, right? So like it's like a family thing. Like you get to start a family. What do women love? It's nothing
Yeah, so
more
when
than
I would,
women love.
the friend I mentioned before who plays Fortnite, I would play Minecraft with her a lot. This was mostly during COVID. And the way we played Minecraft was different. So we would like build an area as like our home or base, right? I would
And y'all
focus on
role
practical
play
aspects.
together.
No, because that would have been weird. But
You definitely role played. That was too
No.
long of a too long of a pause.
so I will say she kind of tried to push that envelope, and I was like, okay, but so like I would design things with very like utility in mind. So when I would build a base, let's say we have a high area that we could walk on, I would put edges on it. Her nickname is Choopy, by the way. So I would be like, okay, I need to Choopy proof this because I knew she had a tendency to just walk off and fall to her death. And so I would think of things like that. Like I would design it not only to keep monsters out, but to keep her from falling off and dying. What she would do inside is she would like decorate it to make it look more homey on the inside. And she would have so much fun doing that. She caught a fish in a bucket, took it, put it in this aquarium that she put in her bedroom. You know, my bed was just
Even
like
in a video
hot
game,
bubble.
you naturally took the feminine and masculine roles. You see that? You were building the protection as she was decorating that bitch. You see that shit?
Yeah. And when we would go out looking for stuff, like exploring, maybe trying to find things, I would be the guarded one. I'd be like, okay, look both ways here. Hold on, let me see here. Let's secure this area, block it off, and then go here. I'm like either the mindset of I'm a hunter or I'm being hunted, and I need to, avoid getting us both killed. Whereas like, and then we get attacked.
She
I'm
was
like,
the
okay,
gatherer.
You know,
You
and then
gave
she'd
her
be
the
like,
bigger backpack so she could carry more stuff.
I know, we get attacked, and she'd be like, ah, and she'd run around like chaotically, and sometimes accidentally provoke more danger by doing that. And it's just, I'm just saying, it didn't. I didn't have to write this; it wrote itself.
That's what I'm saying.
She got better at it with time, so that's not as much of an issue anymore. But yeah, like I was like, and the thing is, I acted more like that because she was around. Like I had to feel like I was responsible for whatever she was not doing, right? Since we were
So what
playing
would you be
together.
doing if she wasn't around? Decorating?
I think it would, I don't think I wouldn't need to like put as much safety things in to like keep her out, and
Collecting wood
Um,
and shit, right?
yeah, I could just go more straight into things. So like I wouldn't have to worry about guarding cover. I would plan maybe some of my movements so that it just they weren't quite as dangerous, depending on the time of the day and where I was going. So there are things like that. You know, sometimes like we would only go in and explore things because she wanted to like go see more things. She's like, Joe, I want to see this. So I kind of get nagged into doing things. I'm telling you, man. It's like that. And she still, when she got her boyfriend playing, she eventually got a boyfriend and he would join us. She still did that a bit. If not to me, to him, but sometimes to both of us. And so, yeah. Anyway, need to go now. I got my thing at 6. So this was interesting, Jeff.
Yeah, definitely.
and it's definitely, I
Wasn't
think,
foreseeing
an idea
this.
is an idea we can work with more in the Nexus even. So let me know your thoughts as we go forward. Okay.
Okay, we'll do.
All right.
see you
I'll see
later.
you all later.
And yeah, Ninja Dobez is correct. He was my very first guest. He is the original OG. So his spot is secured. It's going to be hard to dethrone him.
Well, it depends on how you look at it. You know, seniority, frequency, magnitude. I only win by one. I'm not here often, you know. And magnitude, I won't say I'm the most.
I know we were going to have that conversation on ego one day too. I remember.
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
so like a challenge.
sure. No, but what I was going to say, yes, when we're talking about this, there's something interesting I heard. Not recently, honestly. I just like to say I heard it recently, but you know, in fact, I did hear it like months ago. But
That's recent.
one of the main differences between men and women when they're small children and how they play, like when they first learn to play, is that women tend to make the game reflect themselves, and they try to make the game a reflection of them, and the men try to sort of embody the game. So you know, if
Talking
you
about
give
boys
Or
and
master
girls,
the game,
right?
like
Boys and
hack
girls,
it.
like kids.
yeah, so if you give them, you know, a few puppets, let's say, like, and one of them is a knight, that then the boys would not, on average, you know, they would themselves try to play it as a knight and try to embody that knight. You know, it's going on adventures and killing. But if you give it to a woman or a girl, I guess in that case, they would try to embody it themselves in that. So, oh no, the knight has a family, you know, and oh, here's the dad, and they walk to the store, and like they would. There's a different perspective. You know, one is not more correct than another. That's just the two general tendencies you find in how children play.
How do you
Some of
think
that-
non-binary people play video games?
That there's a lot of assumptions in
Non-binary
that, yeah.
people, that doesn't exist. They're still either male or female.
We're all non-binary.
That's not real either.
Either
I think
way,
we're all going to be trans too, and black eventually.
oh, that would be funny. It
You
depends.
think
Well, actually,
everyone's gonna be
The future
trans
is
and alive?
gay, black, and trans. Do what?
What makes you even think that?
it's a joke, man. It's a joke.
Well, no, that's the way things are trending. The way these categories are expanding. We had a mulatto activist on here the other day, informing us that we're all going to be mulattoes in the
You know what's
future. Very
funny?
few
I
white people
actually-
left.
I actually heard
you're
somebody
thinking,
say this,
you're
like,
ignoring the
have
fact that you will have a
argument
rebound.
A rebound? Would you say
People
easy?
will.
Oh, wait.
No, I've heard somebody else try to say some along these lines about everyone's going to be trans in the future, and I was like, "What the fuck?" And they like tried to make arguments for it, so I thought maybe you actually had some arguments
No,
for it.
just intuition and a trend I see happening. Eventually, I think the category of trans is going to be just like queer is doing now. Like, what's queer anymore? You have straight queer people now.
Well, again, it's you're assuming that this trend of ideology, this philosophical trend, will continue. You know, there may it may or it may not. Like, there's a load of philosophies that dominated for a few decades and then just died off. And I think it's quite likely that we will. Why did my light change? Oh, it's back. I think it's quite likely that this current dominance of that that groupings of philosophies will die down. I don't think it will die out completely, but the dominance will go down. I don't think it's inevitable that
I think it already is. I hear much less
It
about
will
trans
die
people
out.
now.
It is inevitable. They're against everything that would reproduce themselves. So like, good, let them just keep dying out slowly. It's already it's just that it's loud on the internet. It's not like this. Like, people think there's this like huge amount of. It's just like it's loud on the internet, and kids are being. It's a
Yeah.
social contagion, right?
Yeah, but at the
I
same
think even on
time,
the internet, it seems to be dying down.
yes, but it wasn't always on the internet, and I'm not just talking about the trans stuff, because that, in my opinion, I don't care. There's too low numbers for me to care. What I care about is the more, the other political positions that are often tied together, completely open borders, and everything to do that, sacrifice our own growth for everyone else, and all that entire trend in politics is dying out, and we see it. Maybe not in America. It's difficult to see in America because you just have two parties, so you won't know until the next election to see how it changes. But in Europe, since we have different parties, you can see how very specific issues are changing. We can clearly see that the parties that push this sort of, you could say, mutated neocon, neolib ideology that warped into this modern American left, that is on the down. Like, that's going down rapidly. That was our biggest party 4 years ago at like 30%,
The woke
and
party.
now it's down to 14 or something.
Oh,
The
wow.
Labour Party. They are currently the government, the ruling party. They and the Farmers Party, but both of them are falling rapidly. Like, the Farmers Party is, it's so small now that it might be blocked from Parliament the next election because they're too small to get any seats at all. Like they went from being big enough to form a ruling coalition with Labour and Socialists left, but now they're so small that they might actually not exist anymore. Same with the Green Party. The Green Party is like between 4 and 5%, and if you're under 4%, you don't get any seats in Parliament. You're too small to be a part of it.
Isn't that marginalization?
I don't know what you mean by that. Like, you have to be. We don't have infinite seats. There's only 169 seats in Parliament, and you have to be a certain size to be a part of it. But the small, you get awarded extra seats in Parliament.
So nobody's entitled necessarily to a voice or a certain amount of representation.
Yeah, like, if you're too small, like, this is a democracy. If you don't get enough votes, your voice isn't important to the general public.
What hate? Hang on. What hate? I haven't heard a single syllable of hate come out of anybody's mouth on this panel today. Not one.
Hold on, Uno.
Hey,
Jeff,
please, just for a
Jeff,
second.
That's a normal. This is a normal day for me streaming here.
That's your Canadian brethren too.
They just don't like the truth.
What's up, Leggy?
I'm gonna be right back.
Who's the Canadian? Mike? What?
No, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
All right. So, we are gonna have to postpone. I only got like a few minutes here.
Okay.
'Cause, I got me and the wife are in the middle of doing some errands.
You want to do it tomorrow or Friday? Tomorrow's Halloween.
Well, I don't know. We might have to just wait till next Wednesday to do it.
Just bump it another week. I can do that.
Might have to bump it another week. Yeah.
Okay.
Just
we can do
because
that.
you know how life comes up and shit. So.
Oh yeah.
That's all the shit. The wife sprung
Ev-
it upon me. She goes, well, she goes, I am only working till 4, and she goes, and we got to do this, this, and this afterwards. I go, oh shit. So,
Everything okay though?
oh yeah, I mean,
Okay.
it's just shit with the kids running around like that.
Yeah, no problem. I'll just change it to next week then, and we'll just do the
Yeah.
same albums.
Oh yeah, yeah,
That'll give me
definitely,
time to listen to it a
definitely,
little bit more too.
definitely, dude. Fucking, I have to admit, I'm
I'm
digging,
digging your. I
digging it.
think you. I
Okay.
think yours is gonna win. I'm
But,
digging it a lot.
but,
So it'll be
all
a
right.
good battle.
But I'll let y'all get back to your conversation. I just want to hop up where I had a moment, and let you know that we're gonna have to postpone it.
Okay. Well, sounds good. And have fun in town, I guess.
I appreciate it. All right. Have a good evening, y'all.
All right. Take care. I know. I hate that. I wish YouTube would leave it wherever you toggle it.
I didn't get to read all of that message. Did it say
Something
something?
about women gamers. Blah 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 blah. No such thing as that was me. Uh, well, no, I said we're all non-binary, and he said there's no such thing.
Yeah.
Meaning he's validating the binary. He's saying that the binary is all there is, not that there's no such thing as it.
Yeah, there's only male and female. That's it.
Yeah, we're a bimodal species. I don't know what any third. Everything else is a combination of that. I don't know what a third gender would be.
Yeah. What the ideology the idea of gender is just fashion, dude.
Yeah, I don't know what gender
Tell me
is.
what it is other than fashion.
I mean, I know
Yeah.
what masculinity is and psychologically is as like a personality trait in a person. I could point to someone more masculine and less masculine than somebody else.
Yeah, for sure.
If that's what gender is, but it's not anything concrete and observable. And it's
It's just
kind of
fashion.
subjective.
It
He
literally can't be anything else, right? It,
Notlaws doesn't make arguments. He just throws out talking points and accuses everybody else of being brainwashed by talking points. Well, you have any other statements about gender or video games you want to make? My mind is blown. I don't know where I stand. I have no idea how I was on the side of the women in the first place, but something about that conversation bothered me.
yeah, like I mean, video games. Like what exactly more could like they've literally come up with every idea for video games. Like you can play any game now, and you can think of another game that's like it in some way, right? Like what more do we think?
What
Uh,
more do women need other than male created video games,
right?
which
I
they have
just don't
plenty
get it.
of? I still, because you do verbal combat, so you monetize your channel, but do you find it's like mostly skewed male? Do women show up for verbal combat for the drama? And
For the verbal combat, well, they watch, yeah, but the like coming up on verbal combat, there's been a few women, but
what is like the people that pay? Is it mostly the guys that are paying to see the blood sports?
no, it's a combination of both. Yeah,
So
I have a
women are
pretty
into
good
like
mix
watching
actually of
the
men and women.
conflict and drama too.
Well, it's the thing is the conflict and drama is like a side part of the debating, right? Because it's like a blood sport debate. So there's a topic they're debating, and then they're allowed to go with the ad homs and shit as well, just to spice it up and make it nutty, right? One day a week, we all get to kind of just let it out like that. Because usually when I debate people, I don't get into that, right?
Yeah.
Unless
Right.
I match energies.
Oh yeah, and you're pretty chill too. Like you're like the grounding element that lets everybody else do the blood sports, but also
I compete every 10th one.
Oh, you do compete?
Yeah, every 10th one I join in the two. Get some blood spilling out there. But yeah,
Were you? I tried that, Joe. I tried to hand the panel over to women one night, and they didn't want any part of it. I said, "Look, we could have a female panel. You're in charge. Take it. It's yours." They're like, no, don't give that to me. I don't want that." They
right.
were actually they seemed like offended that I even attempted to do that. I thought I was doing a good thing.
You know
And
what
I
part they like
totally
about
misread
gaming?
them.
You know what part they like about gaming? Causing drama that gaming wasn't made for them. That's what they like.
Yeah, I think Easy got skills. I think he has a channel that proves it. Here we
Like,
have,
do you have a channel?
and like I know that YouTube shows the analytics and supposedly it could show the gender breakdown of your audience, but I have no idea how it know. I have no idea who's male or female in my audience unless it's really obvious. Like I know
Yeah,
Jess is
so
a
my
female
my
and she's been
things
on
went
panel.
back and forth. So like when I very first started, it was mostly debating I was doing. So like I had mostly men. And then when I started uncovering these people doing these scams and running these little fake drama to scam the subs out of money and whatnot, when I started exposing all that, I started getting heavily a female-based crowd. And then when my channel like established itself where I'm doing a little bit of everything and I have my verbal combat every Friday now and everything, now
Let me
it's like
drop
a
the
mix
channel.
of both.
Who won last week, by the way? Was it Brick?
Yep. Brick
Yeah.
won $200.
Damn. I might have to go try my hand at it. But because
Yeah,
like
man.
it's not logic based, I can win on logic every time, but it's not logic based. It's like personality based and how much you entertain the audience. Drama
Yeah,
based.
it's definitely so popularity is going to help you, but you'd be surprised at some of the people who have won just because they made sure that they came hard with the debating, and the crowd appreciates that.
Sydney Watson, is that the detranser? She goes by Watson.
You
Yeah, I
know
have her on Twitter
that
and a shapeshifter too. I would love to get on.
who is it? That Melanie Cosmic Fox person. You know
The
that
little
person?
Fox cartoon
Yeah, yeah.
avatar. Yeah, yeah.
They even got brought back last Friday.
Oh,
Yeah, someone paid for them to come back. So like, you'd be
and like you don't.
surprised.
Do you have a sense of like who pays for what, like what the women pay for versus what the men pay for?
No, I don't pay too much attention to that. No,
Yeah, the fur.
especially like
That's,
that. A lot of the times, like the attacks come in heavy, right? Like they're just coming in, boom, boom, boom. Especially the name changes. People like the name changes. But
oh,
yeah,
not laws that obviously did not grow up with Eddie Murphy. Then, if if this is triggering your offense meter, hey, untrackable.
I've learned, Jeff, in my panel verse hopping over here that my presence seems to make certain people upset. So
Why you think that is? I noticed that too. You have rivalries with certain
it
channels.
blows my mind sometimes. Like
Do
I'll
you think
literally
it's
join
like
a
envy
channel
that
and like none
you
of them
figured
know
out?
me and they go off like crazy. I'm like, all right.
What do you do to people? You think it's just like envy of your success? You figured out a way to make your channel successful?
I do think jealousy has something to do with it sometimes, and the fact that people can't tilt me, right? Like I'll debate people and they'll get all pissed off and start calling me all these names and everything, and I just stick to the topic and I keep debating, and I think that makes people mad.
Oh yeah. Hey
But
there.
like, yeah, literally, I've been on panels sometimes where like I just sit on there for a couple minutes, and then all of a sudden someone starts going off on me. This
I've seen
fucking
that.
guy sitting down
They
here.
were
I'm like,
doing that here. Somebody in here was doing it. Not even not live. Somebody else.
Majestic beard, man. Really majestic.
yeah, I'm halfway there.
Are you gonna grow it out to that size?
I always tell my kids I'm gonna grow like a wizard.
Y'all can
Mm,
have a beard off one day.
I gotta wait a few years, probably a decade.
Yeah, have you ever had facial hair at all come in?
Well, it's in
You would be
sufficient
called a
density.
smooth-faced gentleman back in the Shakespeare days. It was an insult.
Well, I can grow sufficient density, but my hair is blonde
get
and
what
my
you're
facial hair is pure white.
How young are you?
Basically, 19.
Okay, I see. Me, dude, until I was like 25 almost,
Yeah.
I couldn't
Do
grow
you
a
have any
full beard.
Viking? He's Viking though. He should have a bigger beard than he
I
does.
couldn't grow no
Well,
beard.
I can
Like,
grow
it would
that.
be in
Like,
patches.
if it was black, it would be visible. Like, it would be visible right now, but it's okay. Maybe not right now.
It's
But you get what I
blonde.
mean. Like,
I get what you're
if it was
trying.
black, it could have been visible. But
You
since
just gotta
it's so
let it
blonde,
grow, bro. Put some beard oils on your use one with caffeine because that's good to help it promote the hair growth. You'll get it.
I'm not that desperate. I am gonna do Movember though. I don't know how big of a tradition that is anywhere except like my dad's generation. But grow out your mustache for November, just because that's an excuse to do something without people looking weirdly at you because it looks ugly.
The story behind me growing a beard, it's more about that I had to shave my face for 10 years of a working career. And then when I found myself in a job where it was, hey, we don't care what you look like, just show up. It was like, oh, okay. So I would squeeze like an extra 15 minutes of sleep out, and I missed a day of shaving. But after a while, it was like, oh, wait, nobody gives a shit what I look like as long as I show up. Man, I'm getting 15 minutes extra sleep for the rest of my life.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Shave it for charity.
Yeah, I hate shaving. What a chore.
I didn't mind it when I had to do it, but it was like, hey, what would I look like if I just stopped?
Yeah.
And that's how it started.
Pretty much.
How long did it take you?
I just always wanted to see. Like, shaving's not that bad.
Who is this Panelverse guy? This is obviously a sock. I just can't figure out who it is.
That is just another Canadian, or however his account is. He's using it now.
Oh, I don't think I know them.
He's banned in my chats and whatnot. That's why.
Are you associated with Andrew Wilson? I don't really associate you two. To me, you're kind of your own brand.
Well, I'm definitely my own brand, but yes, everyone likes to bring up.
Wait, Andrew, that's the Crucible guy, right?
Yeah, Crucible.
But I think he's a fan of Andrew. That's why he's got Andrew in this.
Oh, I like Andrew. I'm a fan of Andrew.
Hey, I'll say this too. Speaking, I saw you up here. I've been coming over here quite a bit, but I go over to your channel. I usually just watch, especially when you do your panel hopping thing. And I've never been upset. I've been a subscriber. Keep doing what you're doing.
Word, appreciate that.
Yeah, I do too.
Is your name untrackable in the chat too?
Yeah, that's untrackable.
Oh, okay. I think I've seen it.
Everywhere I go.
I love this medium, and I like seeing people like Easy and what they're able to do with this medium. That's what impresses me.
Consistency is my biggest tip for everyone, and you're consistent. So I mean, you're on
Are
the
you
right
like
track.
you're talking about same time every day? I know you do Verbal Combat every Friday, but you have
Well,
other
yeah,
streams.
same time every day is always the best. But yeah, like at least having like a every day, or like if you, especially if you're trying to build a business out of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy it so much. I'm here every day. Just
like a job, then nobody else is going to treat it like that for you. And, people aren't going to be able to find you if you're not consistently putting yourself into the algorithm. It's fucking.
What do you think about this new
Jeff?
vertical thing? Have you dipped into that?
So I heard with that, it's like if there's like a really trending topic on like Twitter or even on YouTube, like a really trending topic, it's good for that. but it's not good just as your normal everyday stream.
So I can't imagine verbal combat vertical.
Yeah, no, that would be really weird. Yeah, that would definitely be
Well,
really
maybe I'll
weird.
play around with it on specific topics.
And then I see that I just noticed it too today, the super chat goal thing that they have now.
Yeah. Have you tried that out yet?
Yeah, I
I'm
just
interested in what the
searched it.
animation is. In fact, I'm going to set up another small one just so I can see the animation.
There's an animation.
Yeah, once you reach your goal, which I haven't reached it yet. This goal's
I didn't
ended, so
know
I'm going to
that.
start another goal.
I didn't know that. There's an animation.
Yeah, I want to see. I'm going to do
All right, chat, you heard it. There's
one
an
super
animation.
chat for $2. Well, actually, I'm going to try to get 5 in the next 15 minutes.
I have mine on 20. I just literally set whatever because I just I put
And-
all super chats and then I hit the first number it was on. Come on, chat.
What is it?
super
What is
chats.
a quick
It can
little
all be
goal I can do in
$2.
the next half hour that for $5? Like, what's something worthy? I don't know. You know what? I will let the chatter name the goal.
That's
Just
pretty
'cause I
cool
wanna
that
see the
there's an animation to it.
All right. So all it's going to take is one super chat for $5, and then we get to see the animation.
Oh, the super chat, the super sticker didn't count towards it. Oh, it didn't.
I think it's only super chats.
Yeah, it is only super chats. Well, that's.
But now they have they're rolling out this thing for vertical. If you stream vertically, it's called Jewels, and it's another way to monetize that people could send you jewels. And I don't know what it is, but that's coming out
They're
soon.
trying to do the TikTok.
Yeah,
thing.
they're competing with. That's what I'm saying. TikTok is now setting the
Stupid.
standard that YouTube is trying to
Nah, that's
incentivize
bullshit.
everybody toward.
I like
YouTube's
I
not the
like
boss
the
anymore.
system over
TikTok
here. I don't
is.
like TikTok.
I don't
I
either.
like
I haven't
the
even made a
system.
TikTok account. I don't want one. I watch Andrew do the panel hopping on TikTok. It is horrible. I can't see any of the
No, I
people.
want
It's-
to do that, but I don't want to. I don't want YouTube to be like TikTok.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of us here that are kind of committed to keeping it YouTube, and so we're gonna hold out as long as we can.
True. Cool.
Well, if somebody
That's the
drops
shitty
$5
thing about
in the next,
streaming on this, the fact they have all their rules that you have to fucking stick to, or they just take it all away from you so easily. That's the one part that I always tell people too, if they want to stream, that you just have to suck that up. It's shit, but you just have to suck it up and stick to it because it's like this, they can take it all, right?
you talking about on YouTube?
Yeah.
Have you gotten struck or had your channel at risk?
Oh, I've had people fake strike me. I'd had copyright strike one time when I was streaming a TV show. I didn't know it was a TV show. I liked what the guy was doing in the video. He was going to poor countries and showing people how it was. So we were reviewing it and it ended up being a TV show. But I fought the copyright, got it lifted. Any of the fake strikes that I got, they got reversed. I had one time a dude send me a strike. I had a live scheduled to cover him, and he sent me a strike saying it was a copyright strike before the live even happened, and they ended up giving it to him because he was a big creator, and I got it lifted again. That lifted as well. So those are the types of things I've got. Oh, and one time I got a community thing for playing a fight.
Oh, like a copyright thing?
No, two dudes street fighting and dude's face got bloody. Oh, and yes, you're right, Astrocat. Look at Astrocat. Astrocat must be a OG around here. That's right. My very first ever community strike was because Sneeko, I covered a video of Sneeko of him spreading misinformation about the
He
the
just got banned
jabs
off
and
of
stuff.
Twitch.
And he was going off about it, and yeah, they gave me a warning. I got when you get the first one, it's a warning. So that's what I got the very first time. It was just a warning. That went away before I got the next one.
Do they tell you what the strike is over when you get it? Because people say it's vague and they don't really
Yeah,
know.
it depends on what exactly your strike is. Like, because like if it was something for like abusive content, you're not allowed to go view it anymore because it's abusive content or whatever. Or like if you like played someone like shooting people, they'd probably just you wouldn't be able to go view that again, right? They completely take that away. But in most cases, it just gives you a timestamp. Like someone tried to send me a privacy strike. Actually, on one of my last videos that I put up, someone tried to send me a privacy strike on it because he didn't want me to put that video out. It didn't go through because with a privacy strike, you have 48 hours to change whatever they're complaining about, and they timestamp it. What that person did was instead of timestamping it, they just said it was the whole video. So YouTube didn't even say anything about it. They just video's still up.
Oh, okay. Hoosier Hippie, thank you so much. The animation, it turns out it's confetti that flows down over the chat. So I hope everybody, you can't see it on StreamYard, but if you're watching on YouTube, you should have seen the
it was on
confetti come down.
Oh, I probably missed it then.
I'll admit that's pretty
Yeah,
underwhelming.
okay, this is good. I love this new feature. And as far as just another Canadian, I will do it, but here's my problem with Flo. We've debated on verbal combat before, me and Imp Dave and Flo, and he lied at least 3 times and admitted to lying and laughed about it. So he doesn't always debate in good faith. I think he just debates for content, and so he'll just make shit up and argue for content. So it's hard to have an actual debate if you can't take the person in good faith.
Yeah, Flo.
Yeah, Flo. But then he said it doesn't have to be with Flo.
He's never good faith. He's that's the way he does things. He likes.
Yeah, but if you take him on his own terms,
somewhere, and he came up just to like, instead of debating the actual argument I was giving, he was like, "Well, you're not a real Christian because you used to do this and you used to do that," and I was like, "Dude, that's not the debate." So
Andrew was doing that same kind of stuff when we debated.
Isn't that also ironic? Because isn't it better if you're actually a Christian who became that instead of just being it from birth? Like, oh yeah, I was just brought up as Christian. Like that's a much weaker side than I was a sinner and I became Christian. So even that argument that you did this before doesn't really invalidate your current.
Well, yeah, and like you wouldn't tell like somebody who used to do heroin and they're saying don't do heroin, that's junky stuff. You wouldn't say, well, you used to do heroin.
Yeah.
What?
That's why. I mean, I'll debate Flo, but he loses every time for those reasons. So
maybe from his perspective, he wins.
Oh, he's trying to help us out
Flow
with content.
State doesn't debate.
He thinks if you and I and Flo, like if you moderate something between Flo and I, it will make good. I almost think I should moderate between Flo and Easy because they have more beef with each other than Flo and I have.
Yeah, that's all it is, though. Like that's all he has is beef with me. He doesn't debate. Every time he's tried to debate and I put him into a corner with his logic, he starts fucking spurging and going into personal attacks.
Yeah, that's what Andrew does too.
I'll be honest,
he's not as strong on logic as he is on rhetoric.
Who? Andrew who?
Wilson.
You think he's not good at logic?
No, he wasn't with me. Because every time I tried to get a logical answer or addressed his logic, he would use rhetorical tactics like tell me to stop spurging or not answer questions. I could not get, when I did my debate with him a year or so ago, I could not get a straight answer to a single question I asked. He kept redirecting the conversation onto things that I wasn't even talking about. But then when you watch him debate somebody like Vosh, he can use logic with somebody like Vosh and throw Vosh off his game. But when you try to use logic with Andrew, he tries the same tactics that Vosh was trying when Andrew was debating Vosh.
Was this the one where he talked about David Hume?
I doubt it. With Vosh?
No, with you, like Andrew and you.
No, we debated on gay marriage, And
I find if Andrew asks a question and you try to not answer that question, he'll just stick you to that question, right? And I think that's what like I have to go back and watch the debate, but I think if I remember correctly, that's why he kept bringing you back to the one question he was asking, right?
I had the opposite experience. I have no problem answering questions, so I answered all of his questions, but he wasn't answering any of mine. And even the callers that came in at the end said the same thing. And then when we were on Verbal Combat and we did the what do you call it, the 101 thing, his
Yeah, the
whole
one
debate the whole time was stop spurging. Jeff, stop spurging. You're spurging, Jeff, stop spurging, stop spurging, stop. That was his whole argument the entire time we were debating, and the audience still voted for him as the winner. And I was trying to make like actual conversational points.
So okay, but the thing is though, if you avoid one question, right? I find it not smart in a debate to let the other person keep going. Like you want to stop that and
Get them to answer
your
the
question,
question.
right?
Well,
You're
part
doing
of it was
static
P.F.
math.
Jung was modding, and that was one of the criticisms was that P.F. Jung should have done a better job modding. I think he did fine, but um, Andrew was definitely not held to the expectation of answering questions. I don't not answer questions. I have no problem answering questions. So if somebody asks me to question a debate, I'm going to answer it. So
And
I
see,
don't
that's
know if people
sometimes
think I'm the one not answering questions. I don't know where they're getting that from.
that's sometimes for me as somebody that watches, anybody debate on any level. It's when I see answers being reformed. So, like, say you ask me a question and then I answer it. Like, I literally answered your question based off of what my thing is going to be. But then you say something like, oh, so you mean, and then you reshape their answer. And it's like, no, my answer was my answer. But they try
Yeah.
to reshape it into like an extension of the question, as in, I didn't understand your answer. So I'm going to say it in a form that makes you look bad, but I reshaped it that way.
Which, I
Or
mean,
answering
that's
a
a debate
question with
tactic.
a
Yeah, you're
question
talking
before.
about straw manning.
What's that?
Well, you talk about straw manning when someone tries to act like you said something you didn't and answer
Or,
a
or
different. Yeah.
also, it goes the other way too. Like somebody asks a question, and then somebody, rather than answer the question, they say, "Well, that question leads me to a question." It's like, how, I get it that you can't answer a question with a question, but it's like, how far down are we gonna get to answers of questions so that way we can decide, who's gonna give us like produce policy or whatever it is that their job is, or are you just going to ask questions every time if you're getting a job, right, you're there to do something. But if every corner you turn, oh, question, how do it gets annoying in a debate. I'm sorry.
I get what you're trying to say. Yeah. Sometimes it's required though to lead to the answer, right? That's what I was saying earlier. It's the Socratic method, right? Sometimes for you to understand my answer, I need to get either some definitions across or something like this, right? But
And
I
some
do
people
get
resist that.
there's some people where they'll literally just ask a whole different question to obfuscate from the actual topic. But a lot of the times when you see people doing that in a debate, it's because they need to walk the logic down, right? To make sure the logic is consistent through the answer.
Yeah, but I find that most of the YouTube debates are less Socratic than they are rhetorical. It's more blood sports than debates. It's using rhetorical tactics to score rhetorical points than it is about making and responding to logical arguments.
So do you have any more examples other
Yeah,
than
the
the one?
debate with me and Andrew Wilson. You can see me the whole time trying to get answers to questions and trying to make logical arguments, and him using these weird manipulative
Is
like
it the one
points
on
to play
mine
on
or
my
a
to play
different
on
one?
emotions or to play to the audience.
Are you talking about the one on verbal combat or a different one?
Nuh-uh, I'll try to find it. Oh, you know what? I think it's only on Rubble. It's not on his YouTube channel anymore. Um, I'd have to find it on
And
Rumble.
what were you guys debating?
It was I think the title is something like "A Satanist Debates Gay Marriage" or something like. And if you Google Satanist, I should be one of the few that come up. Or gay marriage,
Okay.
and that was like probably over a year ago.
It was over a year ago, you said.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I just want to make the point about healthcare, Dobes. I live in an expanded Medicaid state, and it's pretty impressive so far. I've been way more impressed with it than I even expected to be.
That's good.
That could be a feature of just Washington State itself, or I don't know how the other states are doing it, but I know here in Washington, the leftist healthcare is. I wouldn't want to do away with it now that I've seen it in action.
Yeah. My point is more aimed at, let's say, a lot of the Bernie Sanders of America who seem to really want the European systems without actually understanding how we fund them or what they cost. So, for example, in Norway, about 10% of the population is employed in the welfare state. In America, that would be like between 30 and 40 million people have to be employed in a basically unproductive workforce. Now, of course, the trade-off is that these individuals aren't really producing anything by themselves, but they enhance the productivity for everyone else, or they increase the welfare for everyone else, which, fair point, but that is one thing, the extreme size needed. And then the second one is how much it costs. Most European countries spend an insane proportion of their GDP or their government spending on their welfare states, 30, 40%, even 50% in some crisis years. And it's also dependent on a trust-based society, which usually are easier with homogenous societies than melting pot societies, which is probably one of the reasons why immigration currently has upended a lot of the European systems, because our welfare states are based on this trust. And I don't know how functional it would be in America, because I actually don't know if the fundamental structure required for such a welfare state as Europe has, if America has that foundation. And then, of course, it's the money. We pay high taxes for this, and America already spends an immense amount of money. If they want to expand their Medicare to be, the size and scope of a European welfare state, they would need to raise taxes, because no way in hell is America gonna limit the military to increase like a welfare state. That just won't happen. So you need money from somewhere. And my big issue with people like Bernie Sanders is they don't really think about that, talk about that. They don't talk about the fact that, this is based on a trust-based, a very, unique cultural foundation that is required. And, it costs a lot. And there aren't any places in the government that the people advocating for our welfare state are willing to cut. Even the military, you won't realistically cut it in half. Like, maybe if you cut it in half, yeah, sure, you would have the money to fund a welfare state, but no American politician is going to do that. And so the only way is either inflation, you would just print money, which is basically just a tax that hurts poor people the worst, or you actually raise taxes, which again has its troubles. And so, like, implementing a welfare state or anything like that is just not that realistic for America. Not as easy as a lot of the left talks about. They don't really think about it that deeply, I'd say.
Something to look at with what you said, the concentrations are different in different size community demographics. You know what I'm saying? Like if you have a sliver of a country that's barely the size of New Jersey, chances are it's easier to spread out that, what you said, welfare state, even if it was like a legitimate possible thing. But the sheer spans of land and the concentrations of where you would find the people that you need for the welfare state in the United States, they would have to be dispersed somehow evenly. However, that would take infrastructure that would take away from the productive land where those people aren't right now. So if you look at the highest earnings in any state, they are centralized usually at the capital or the next biggest city or the biggest city. And that's where you would find those, more likely find those people that could be productive if they were spread out, but then it would take a system to get them out there and for them to integrate and the usage of infrastructure. Because if you look at it, where the money is and where the problems are, they're about the same place. So then you get these peaks, these hot zones. But if you level it out, how much of the productive land will it take up to spread people evenly so that way there's no hot zones? You know what I mean?
I get your
That
point.
kind of happened during COVID when people started moving out of the cities because they realized they didn't need to work in offices anymore. I just don't think it happened on enough of a scale to distribute them across the nation.
Yeah. And also another point is that you have to recognize that Europe decided to sacrifice some of its growth to increase the living standards of its citizens. You know, there is a sacrifice. We have grown. Like for every year America grows, let's say 3%, Europe grows 2%. You know, our growth is just slower and worse than America because that is a sacrifice we took. And, you know, America has its position in the world because it decided to not take that road. You know, Europe has lost relevance. Right after World War II, Europe was like 50% of the world economy. America was 25%. Decades later, right now, Europe has fallen down to 25%. America is still at 25%. You know, America has kept its position in the world, whilst Europe has radically fallen because we decided, you know, you can argue if that's a good thing or not, but we decided to sacrifice this growth, this extra productivity that America has for our living standards. And, you know, if you want to implement something like that in America, you have to come to terms with that will most likely mean that America will lose its position as superpower in the next 30 years because their growth will be sufficiently slow that other nations will catch up and surpass them.
Or do you think it could be also like if you're going to go down the downfall route, the infighting? So there's already infighting about, you know, within established groups that are already here and claiming to have been here and claim here for everything, but they claim it as theirs and they infight. So if you get the immigration boost and then give that 10 years or however long to disseminate and become, you know, this is my land too, right? Just like the song says, you know, you're going to have extremists in any group that will be that way against another group rather than just being American. And I think infighting, the extremist infighting, could turn America just like the Middle East, honestly.
I don't think it'll go that far because I think the fundamental structure that America has prevents some of the excess of that. But I do think you have a point that America is losing. Well, in the past, there's always been immigration, you know, and of course, in the start, it was basically immigration from a very similar culture. But even when they began importing Southern Europeans and, you know, Latinos, the fundamental central structure of America, both culturally, politically, civilizationally, has been the same, and that is an anchor. But, you know, there is a point where that anchor has been weakened. You can say it has, and
right.
That will have effects.
Please don't get me wrong. I'm not against immigration because
of course.
I've heard some people tell me their very personal stories, and they're good. But when, for some reason or another, you flood the system, you're going to crash the system. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. And
like,
I mean, you
if
need a
America
selecting mechanism.
save a hoe to people that I'm sorry to say it like that, but if America's going to play Captain Save-A-Ho to every country that, hey, we're all fighting. Well, what are we fighting for? Well, fuck this shit. Let's take our ball and go to America. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Jeff,
It's been
do
an
you
element of
remember
unity.
what the title of that video was when you debated?
Oh, look, I
about it?
posted in the back. You talking about the Andrew Wilson one?
Oh, you already posted in the
Yep.
back here? Oh shit, okay.
Yeah, and one of the main things for immigration to work is you have to realize first, why are you taking in these immigrants? You know, is it for a humanitarian reason? Is it because you want the workforce? Do you just want the skilled labor, unskilled labor? Like, you have all these considerations, and so you need to have a selection mechanism first off. So, for example, as America, part of that selection mechanism should be that they enter legally, because at least it depends, but generally, if they enter breaking the laws, or there's a higher chance they'll break the laws again, because their very first act in America was breaking the law. That's just, I'd say, quite logical. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to be criminals. I think the vast majority aren't, but you need some sort of selection mechanism for immigration. And you also need to think, how many do you want? And that should never be considered in absolute terms, only in relative. So how big should the percentage be, or the proportion? Like, it's fine for America to accept 1 million migrants, because that's such a small percent of the population. But for Norway, that will be like a fifth of the entire population. That's not that isn't, you can't think about migrants in absolute terms. And that's, I'd say, one of the big issues of the EU's handling of the 2015 migrant crisis, was that they thought more in absolute terms. That, okay, yeah, we're going to send 10,000 to this city, 10,000 here, 20,000 there, and they just distributed it across Europe. And of course, there's more issues to that. And I will say, I think that Europe's issue with immigration is bigger than America, and that's partly because America already has a tradition of immigration. So even if it's horrible now, you at least have experienced these unending waves of different people before and managed to integrate them. Europe has always been the place where people immigrate out of. We have been the source, not the resting place, the final station.
And in some kind of hopefulness, I believe in my heart that the loudmouth people that just hate everybody are the ones that are being heard, rather than just normal people. Because, like, I have a job, I don't judge. I don't even care where you came from, and I don't care where you're going when you go home, man. Did you show up for work today? Hey,
Yeah.
I love you, dude. I might learn your name one day.
Yeah, and I think
so Jeff, sorry to interrupt you guys. Tonight, when I stream tonight, because of your claims of there just being rhetoric and no questions being answered on his side, right?
Well, I didn't say no, but for the questions I was trying to get answered as part of my argument, he did not answer. Like things like how he kept making the claim that gay marriage harms Christians, and I kept asking how, and he couldn't really tell me how, and he kept redirecting it and shifting. So I'm still not sure what his argument there was. So it wasn't every question, but a lot of the questions that I was trying to understand to make my argument, he did not give me answers to.
Okay. And then, is there any other claims? Because I'm going to review that debate tonight.
Oh, okay. Tonight is Survivor Night, which starts here on the West Coast at 8 p.m. So that would be like 11 p.m. Eastern time. So I'm going to be tied up for a few hours doing that.
I'll be actually streaming at 11:30 Central Time,
which is like 9. That's just about the time it ends. So maybe after Survivor, I could check in on your channel and see what's going on.
All right.
Okay, I'll plan on that then.
Based.
Oh my God! Hey, OTW, good to see you. How's the panel game going? Suspect in what way? Well, you have a new fan.
It looks Yugoslav. That's what he does.
Here, let me drop his channel again. If he's gonna be doing that thing tonight, I'll head over.
Yes,
there after
I will. I'm gonna review it tonight, so then everyone can see if you are correct here.
Oh, I'm correct. I don't lie.
You're confident. You're
So,
confident.
I mean, I know I was there. I remember the debate, so I'm,
Dude,
I'm
I
speaking
wasn't
from
there.
my own
You're right.
experience.
And this is actually one of the few Andrew debates I haven't seen yet. So,
Oh, okay.
yeah. Or if I did, it was long enough ago that I don't remember seeing
I
it.
don't remember all of it either, but I remember like that part was very frustrating because I was not able to make my arguments without that information. And then the callers that came in at the end, a lot of them had the same criticism of Andrew, and some of the criticism was about P.F. Jung's moderation style too. They felt like that was part of it. That he could have done a better job of keeping it on track. I personally had no problem with it, but it was really my first debate in that format, so I don't know how to judge.
I'll write that down too. Moderator sucked.
I don't think so, but some other people did. I think ultimately the burden's on Andrew to answer questions, and he didn't. He kind of weaseled around some of them.
All right. All right. Well, that's what's going to be done tonight then. Yeah. I'm going to wrap my stream up that I'm doing. Are you still streaming for a bit?
I'll go as long as the people want me to go.
Oh,
okay. I'll send my chat over then to you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll keep it going. And if anybody else wants to come up, it's still open panel.
Word. Well, thank you for having me on.
Thank you for dropping by. I guess I'll see your chat later tonight.
And yes, come pop by tonight. We'll be reviewing your debate.
Okay.
All right. Take care, guys.
All right.
Bye-bye.
All right.
So you're going to get audited. You're going to...
Just another Canadian. Let's see. How do I get in touch with you? Are you on Discord? I'm Gen X Jeff on Discord. Or if you want to come up in the back and pop your email in, or I could pop mine.
Never mind. You literally just have Gen X Jeff. I would have thought that was taken on Discord. Damn.
I used to have little pentagrams in my name, but when they made us all go to just pick one Discord name without the numbers after it, I was able to get just Gen X Jeff.
Yeah. I'm also very glad. I got mine pure as well. I don't know what it is, but I love when you can have your usernames without having to have numbers. Those numbers are just theirs because other people
I didn't even
have
remember my own number. Like, who wants to remember 4 numbers?
Yeah.
We don't even remember phone numbers anymore.
I remember phone numbers because but not for calling, but because the main, I guess you could call it the PayPal of Scandinavia. You use your phone numbers, you just give them your phone number and they can send you money. So you just do that to easily send money. Like, I genuinely don't have the phone numbers of many of my friends because I never saved the contacts, but I have gotten them all the time through sending money and getting money. It's genius, honestly. I know a lot of people complain about the fall of physical cash, and I see your point, but also I just love the convenience of a few cards. I love it, and I don't think I'm gonna show my phone more because I have the numbers are visible. Okay, less than 50% of our babies are euro now.
You might get all those midnight calls though.
Yeah. Ooh, people are gonna call me. No, I think I shook it enough. I blurred enough. And although I don't think it's gonna be that hard because, there are methods to find my actual phone number because you have phone books. I know I'm in the phone books because people have called me. I have reported scam callers. My real name is connected to my phone number. And I also know that it isn't that difficult to go from my username to my real name. In fact, you can find single websites where you can just plop in my username and it'll scan the 200 websites if an account, matches that username, and you can just check through them and find if I have my real name in any of them. And surprise, surprise, I do. And from there, you could go, just search up that name. Maybe if you know my nationality, you can add in only Norwegian stuff, and you could you could find a lot. It's pretty easy,
Yeah,
honestly.
that's how people on the internet are not that hard to find. I do detective work on on the dating sites. Anytime I'm talking with a new person, I'm
Yeah.
finding all kinds of stuff about them as we're talking. It's very easy. I recommend
Did I
everybody do it.
did I tell you about the time we did an investigation in class? I think I did.
In high school.
Yeah, in high school. We investigated, like, was it Pfizer or something? We got our teacher. He told us to just a topic or some news article, and we got a bit intrigued, and so we began searching up, and we found like his real name and everything. But why can't I find it?
It's not that hard. Like I've been finding people on the internet for
Oh
decades
yeah,
now, even since
Jordan
the
T.
AOL day.
Walker.
Like it's not hard to find people.
Oh no.
I could do it in person before that with phone books and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Although this guy was deleted, like the company tried to hide him. He was a Pfizer dude, I think. Had over 105 citations, and he was just scrubbed from the internet because he got tricked in a few interviews to reveal some stuff that the company didn't want. I don't actually remember anything though, which is very sad. I don't remember in what context this was. I just know that not Jordan, but Jordan Walker, he was involved in some really sketchy corporate intrigue, and we just in class decided to have some fun and investigated that. And we found his account and we found his apartment. We literally found like the exact apartment building he
Yeah.
lived in.
I do that all the time. Like,
Yeah.
you'd be surprised
People-
like, yeah, I know where a lot of people live that they don't know I know.
People think that life is so anonymous. You know, the internet is anonymous. You can-
I knew that when I was in like junior high school. I knew not to expect private. Like anybody could find you retired. You could listen in on neighbors' cell calls, cordless phone calls. Like I never thought our shit was private.
Yeah, I know. I think a lot of people are told that because you should have, you shouldn't use your real name. They get tricked into believing that, oh, it's actually private. As long as I don't use my real name, I'm hidden. But that's not the case.
You used to be able to trace people's IP address too.
Yeah.
I don't know if you
That's
can still
also-
do that, but there were people doing that back in the early aughts.
I guess, we aren't really helping it though by being so public. Whilst this is a small YouTube channel, a really small one, it's still public.
Well, okay, you think this is small, but I have people that use me as their content, and they have much larger audience, like Easy Today. But there's some people that their whole content is them watching my streams and
Oh.
commenting on it to their audience, and they have like 3,000 viewers and stuff. So you can't ever estimate my audience just by the number on my channel, because it's
Why
always
haven't-
going to other larger audiences in other places.
Why have I never got recommended any of those channels? Which is strange. Like
Because they're troll channels. It's it's
Yeah.
troll content.
But I'd imagine from YouTube's side, here's this guy. He actually joins these streams. I basically open every single stream you have. I don't always join, and often I close it within the first 5 minutes. But is the topic interesting? Do I have time to talk? And I'm 10-15% of the time the answer is a yes. But I always click on it. I often join. Like, why wouldn't YouTube recommend me more of this? Yeah.
Well, thank you for at least that.
Yeah.
What is do the bears? Hey, Ticky Tack. Do the bears mean something? Or are these
They're
easy
bearish.
emoticons?
They think this channel will draw.
I love it.
No,
I need to figure out how to get custom emojis loaded up from my members. Somebody sent me one, but it wasn't the right size or something. And so if people know how to make custom emojis, or they want to send me some custom emojis, I'm happy to upload them.
Oh, now I want that. Actually, makes me want to be a member, just so I could add.
You don't have a membership yet?
Oh no.
Well, you know what? In a couple of days after Halloween, when the month resets, I get to release 10 more free memberships. So I'll do it on one day if you're around, and we'll see if you get one. You have to have your YouTube account set to accept memberships, though.
But the thing is, as I said last time, I think it's really funny. The first guest isn't a member. I think
I
that's just
know.
inherently
We'd have
comedic,
to
and I
find a
love
way
it.
to get you a member. Like you have like the most loyalty of anybody. And your membership badge is not going to reflect that.
No, well,
So maybe
the thing is though, I feel like if I'm gonna have a membership, it's gonna be something I actually pay for, and it's gonna be when it's gonna be proof of my success in life. That's what it's gonna be. Don't
hey,
think
you want
it's
a wrench? I
charitable
can
towards
give you
you.
a wrench.
No, I don't want. I want power. I don't want
It's stat.
responsibility.
Wrenches are power. You can't get more powerful than a wrench.
No, I'm actually on the big screen. You know, wrenches in the chat. They don't have power. They moderate the secondary conversation, which is the chat. What's up here is the big stage. You know, there's a difference between in a stadium. You know, there might be a fist fight in the stalls, but you
Well,
know, if there's a fight on the field, that's much more important. You know, so
well, why don't we give you some kind of VIP status with the Nexus? Like we can include you in because Joe and I are putting together a little elite crew built from this community, and you can have a spot in that. I don't know how it's going to work yet exactly, and there'll be a membership tier attached to it, but maybe we can give you
maybe
some kind of status in there, and that would give you. Because once we figure out who those people are, Joe is one of them currently. Maybe they can have a special symbol next to their name or something on the panel that signifies them as panel VIPs.
you know what you
Or
should do though, Jeff. You should. Well, actually, I know you have a Discord server, but is it active? It
I
isn't
let me.
active, right?
Yes, it is, and I integrated my YouTube channel with the Discord server. So now, if you're a YouTube member, you automatically get a different color name in the chat, and there's no way for me to change that. It just automatically feeds the YouTube members to Discord and gives them a special member
Right.
designation. So I
Which
now
one is it?
there's YouTube Discord integration that I can play around with.
Which one is it? Is it the back porch, a server about nothing, HIC's SVN,
Outliers
the
and Exile.
POA, outliers? Okay. Oh, of course.
It's the green big. It's the green circle. I
Yeah, yeah,
haven't
I
come up
see
with a
it.
better symbol yet.
Oh, it's muted. That's why I'm not
Ah,
getting.
you're missing all the activity. See, I almost said
Yeah.
drama.
At the same time, though, do I really want to spend even more of my life with you, Jeff?
That
Do
is
I
for
really
you as an
want to?
adult to self-determine. There's lots of meaty conversations that happen backstage. Like the live stream's only part of the experience.
Yeah,
There's a whole other part of the community happening on the Discord between streams. And we also do things like watch movies, we play games, we get into discussions. There's a whole panel drama channel for people to talk about all the YouTube drama.
I see you. It's actually quite big.
In fact,
I
you've
think.
you've commented before on some of the things. It seems
Yeah, but
like.
that has to be from Doll. How long ago was that? Okay, well, a month ago. But before that, it was like 7 months. Yeah.
And
So.
that's us. That's where you can find us between streams. We all hang out there. Me, Joe,
Ah.
a lot of people you see on panel.
Oh, as I'm scrolling, I find my criticism of you. No.
Oh, the one I don't even remember because I probably internalized none of it.
Let me read. Okay. A completely new server? Interesting. Is there a specific purpose to this, or is it just a general server but without the degeneracy? Then a bit further down. Maybe I'm harsh, but I've found most social situations that exceed a certain number always degrades and fails to live up to its original promise. Reason why any community I make is super tight knit and small.
I have to say this Outliers community on Discord. I'm pretty impressed with. There's very little drama on it. I haven't had to have any moderators or anything, and we have some pretty interesting discussions. I'm happy with the level of engagement and participation, and it all seems in good faith. And so I think it's just an overflow from the people that you see here in chat and on panel doing the same thing in the Discord and respecting the community for what I'm trying to make it. Oh, okay. Bye, Ricardo. Yeah, this is a pretty active chat today. I love it.
Yeah. It's, as I said, there's two conversations going, you know? As you were talking about debating and Andrew Wilson, the chat was talking about, the gathering at the New York thing or whatever, that the whole
The rally, the Nazi rally.
Oh yeah. So it's really interesting how, like, you can see the cycles of the chat convo and the stream convo, because I saw that the chat was in its own little swamp, in its own little conversation, but they were all frequently pulled back a bit, and then they went into their own swamp. Oh, hello.
Oh, he meant by
Yo, yo.
chat. I'm going on panel.
Oh.
Fuck this chat
Swamps.
nonsense. Hey,
No,
Ricardo.
no disrespect to anybody in the chat, because I'm usually in the chat, but I'm just maybe the screen's too bright, maybe I'm too stoned, maybe it's too late in the day, but it's just giving me. I'm squinting my eyes trying to read the small writing, and it's just. I think it's just about time I went up on panel and said hello to
Yeah,
Dolbus.
what's going on?
Came to the higher level. You've ascended.
Well, you were talking some quite intellectual stuff, as you usually do.
We like to do that here. I originally started this channel for nerds, believe it or not.
I'm not a nerd. I wouldn't identify as a nerd, but I have had friends who were, and plus I quite like computers.
Before you continue, I think you should move closer to your mic or something, because currently it sounds like the digital equivalent to RFK. It's really.
I'm so used to him
RFK?
like that, I guess.
Who's that?
Not much
RFK?
better. RFK Jr. The guy who talks like this. I am a valued member of.
I know,
that
he's
guy.
worse than Biden. I saw an interview with him. I had never really watched it before.
Oh, you mean like a?
And I'm
like
thinking
a
if they were
like a
if
Dalek.
Biden was going to make it, there's no way this guy was going to make it. I don't even know why he's still on the ballot.
Well,
From
he
Doctor
tried
Who.
to remove himself from the ballot, and he's in Trump's coalition, but a few states have kept him on the ballot. I don't remember which ones, but
I know I just saw some like court ruling where he got to stay on the ballot in some of the states. They were trying to get him off.
No, it's opposite. He tried to get himself off, but they kept him because he knows that he's pulling more voters from Trump, and so
So he was trying to not spoil.
And I think honestly that's just okay from a Norwegian perspective. That's just wrong, but I get in America you have separate voting laws for each state, and they are allowed to have their own laws. That, like, it was something about that. Once you're on the ballot, you can't be removed, and I get that. And at the same time, like, Biden is still on that ballot, so it's not as if it's unequal treatment. I just think it's kind of dumb to have a person who is not willing to become a president anymore still be on the ballot. Especially as he's
there have been
allied
dead
with
people on
a lot of the
ballots
candidates.
before that couldn't be taken off.
Yeah, that just won't happen here. We have our issues with politics, and probably some of them are probably worse. The fact that one big complaint of most European systems, because in Europe we're mostly parliamentary democracies instead of republics, meaning that the executive is just an extension of the legislative. So you don't really choose your prime minister, the president equivalent. You don't choose them. You just vote for the parties, and they choose their coalitions, and it's usually the leader of the party that's the president. But that's not always the case, So there's, I think in 2000, or I guess 2001, there was an election where the conservative right, they pretty big, and they tried to team up with the progressive right. Not that big, that I think it was a progressive right. Anyways, they teamed up with them, but they didn't have a majority, and so they had to team up with the Christian People's Party. But the only condition for the Christian People's Party was that we have to get the prime minister. And so, a deal was made, and a party with like 8% got basically president. And that would never happen in America. The biggest party gets the president in America. But in Norway, you can make these deals, and it is a legitimate complaint that isn't democratic. That you're voting for the conservative right to win. So why the fuck is a Christian People's Party person the prime minister?
Because of politicking? Like if they make the right deals?
Yes, because that was their requirement for. That was their
Just another
requirement for being a
Canadian.
part of
Have you
government.
seen a real debate? I think it would be very boring for the YouTube crowd. I have a friend that is interested in like actually having genuine debates, but they're very, very nerdy, and it's a very niche genre.
You say niche?
Niche,
I thought it was
niche,
niche. Yeah.
niche,
Well, I'm
niche.
going to defer to you. And actually,
Well,
no, I'm going to
the
defer to
French
the.
version is niche, but I say niche.
Okay, since the one closer to Europe is niche, I'm going to say niche. Either way, though, I do actually type. Like my keyboard English is set to British, so I don't know actually if where what my accent is. Like I have no idea what my accent is, other than it is I speak English.
Viking.
No,
Sounds
but my
European to
Norwegian
me.
is not actually Norwegian. I don't speak with a Norwegian accent. I speak much clearer than other Norwegians from my country. Do you understand? So this is not how I speak, but some do. So it's
So
like
you speak the same way you speak to us on panel
Brilliant.
in Norway when you're speaking English.
yeah. My English is like this.
But your Norwegian accent is okay, like around
Your
other
Eng-
Norwegians.
Dude, your English is great. It's just your vocabulary is brilliant. Your diction is fine, but it's just your accent is quite strong. You can't hide it.
Yeah,
That's all. It's
and
fine.
I honestly that's on purpose. I know back in middle school, I really tried to get a proper British accent.
Oh yeah.
And I tried, and I think I got pretty close. But at the same time, that was my period where that was my socialist phase, you could say, where I was deep into Reddit and I was really fuck capitalism and, all that stuff. And
Even the Brits can't get it right. So
yeah, and then in high school, I became a hardline nationalist, like Norway forever. And so I didn't really want my any actual pure English accent. I really like the fact that I have some Norwegian inflections. I think it adds to who I am, and I want to be unique. That is a rhetorical device. You have to have uniqueness in your voice, and as long as that uniqueness isn't hard, RFK has uniqueness, but it's painful to listen to. That's negative. But Barack Obama, he's a good example of his cadence is quite unique. It's very special, and it's to his benefit. Now, some people say you can disagree about whatever you want about him, but the way he speaks is just good.
Politicians are basically actors, and some of the best ones practice their lines probably at home in the mirror.
well, Joe and I were talking the other day. Was it Roosevelt or something had that North Atlantic accent that when he spoke to try to like reach as many Americans as possible. That's an accent you have to work at.
Ooh,
Right.
actually, that's if you in Norway, if you try to pretend to have another accent, that's heretical. That's like akin to being a national traitor. You should stand firm with your accent. So if a politician who comes from Bergen attempts to have an Oslo accent because Oslo is the capital, that's ridiculed in the media. That's like, look at her, she's such an idiot. You don't do that. That's wrong. You stay with your roots. There's a special word for it, but it's basically country traitor. Like if you,
Boy.
They call it the black people call it sedity.
yeah. And so you stand by who you are. You stand by the way you speak. Now, I'm lucky that my Norwegian accent is among the more pleasant to listen to. Some Norwegian accents are, I venture to say horrendous, but to be nice, I'd say they are unpleasant. But they are truly horrendous.
Horrendous. That's a
Well,
great
actually, I
word.
should say dialects. Like accent and
Great
dialects are
word.
different.
Can you imitate them? Is it the troll dialects?
No, well, okay. The thing is, I'm horrible. I'm horrible at actually imitating and doing anything with my voice.
Oh,
I struggle putting myself into the mindset. Like even having a Norwegian accent for English is difficult. That is a struggle. I don't know what it is, but when I can have these frames of mind, but it's difficult, and also there's lack of knowledge. I've lived in Trondheim now for 3 months, and I still really haven't. I can't tell you what makes the Trondheim dialect different from my hometown dialect. I know there is a difference, but I can't actually explain it or emulate it. I can do a perfect Oslo accent, though. I can do.
What accent?
Oslo accent. Basically, posh Norwegian. So first, I'm going to speak normal Norwegian. Så jeg heter Philip. Jeg kommer fra Norge, som dere sikkert allerede vet. Så jeg er bare 19 år. Jeg har gått på skole lenge. Noen år har vært fine, andre har vært dumme. Okay, that was normal Norwegian. But then you have Oslo, so posh. Mine damer og herrer, jeg heter Philip. Jeg er deres godeste stormann her i huset. Har du noe å bry deg om? Vil du høre hva som skjer? And by the way, that was all gibberish. I'll just add, But you understand, you sound very... There is a universal aspect of sort of poshness, at least in Europe. Yeah. And I think that's because of the shared aristocratic heritage, that there's some universal aspect of poshness. But it probably is in America too.
I recognize some of it from all the Scandinavian murder mysteries I watch.
Oh, yeah.
And the fancy rich people talk more like what you're talking like.
Which is so funny, because the richest area isn't even Oslo. Oslo is the place of the politicians and climate activists. Like the richest area, that's the oil areas in the south, and they really changed. Like they have that sound when they speak. So they was it declared the ugliest Norwegian dialect? I don't remember, but it's not. It's not the best. But on the topic of Scandinavian murder mysteries, it's always so funny because when you watch them, they have the classical family in a Scandinavian murder mystery. The dad has an Oslo dialect, the mother has a Bergen dialect, the son is from Finnmark, and the sister is from Stavanger, and it would be like an American family drama. And the mother sounds as if she's New York. The father is deep south, and then the son is actually Midwest, and the sister is Texan. Like it's hilarious.
I didn't even know that. So when I need to listen for the individual accents now. I can tell like the class accents because rich people talk one way, the working class people talk. You can hear a different accent. But now I need to start listening. I need to find a good new one to watch. I haven't watched one in a while.
Yeah, I mean, even the class thing, you will find that it's the accent, the class accent, you could say, is more. It relates more to what is it called in sociological terms? It's called cultural capital. So, your cultural capital.
Is that privilege? Is that privilege they would call it here?
You could say it's more your education and your
privilege.
Intellectual heritage and everything that, not necessarily economic. Usually they go hand in hand, but not always. And so that posh accent is more related to your more cultural standing. Do you read high literature? Do you debate on the big stage?
I read high literature. I don't need an accent to go with it. I'm just reading it silently. Well, I probably know more about high literature than most of the people in America speaking with the posh accent. Yeah. But I don't get the social capital benefit for it. I come off as this autistic nerd babbling about Shakespeare.
Yeah,
in a rustic Louisiana accent.
Maybe I show my youth in this one, but in a movie, I think it's a Disney movie, Megamind. There's a scene where a guy is, he's trying to be a villain, and he's like, I'm a villain. And the other guy's like, oh, you're a villain, all right, just not a super one. And then what's the difference? Presentation. And I think that goes in everything that you can read as much literature
only
as you
shallow
want.
people, like
It's
people
all
that care about
representation.
the substance, to me, are not going to be worried about all that.
But people love presentation. I love, like, people, for
You
me,
love it more than the actual content.
okay.
Like I can have I've had hours long philosophical discussions with rednecks that talk in country accents, and the experience was no different than talking philosophy with like a philosophy professor. The form of it didn't impact the experience for me because I was focused on the argumentation itself, the contents, the how my mind was being expanded as I was having the conversation, how the person was saying it was very insignificant to the overall experience. So to me, people that focus more on that than what the person is saying are just snobs.
Yeah.
Like, go watch opera or something. If you want to actually talk philosophy with me, who cares what accent I'm talking in?
Jeff, I fucking hate snobs. Did that come through okay? I
do
fucking
too.
hate snobs.
I just, because I don't understand them. They seem phony. They seem to pretend to be sophisticated and interested in substance, and it turns out they're superficial and they're just interested in appearances.
And what if I say that I'm a wannabe aristocrat?
Popularity.
What do you get out of that?
That's awesome.
Power?
No, it's more a political position, you know. I think the downfall of the sort of intellectual class or the high class in Norway has been to the great detriment of our country, because now it's just, you just have people who pretend to be, oh, I'm just a worker. Like the leader of the Workers' Party has a net worth of
What's
100
wrong with
million.
workers? I love workers.
Yeah, me too.
You're a snob.
Yes, I am.
You want to distance yourself from the working class because that's a lower status.
We need both, but I don't
Destiny's the
think
same
it's
way.
healthy for people like Jonas Gahr Støre, our current prime minister, who's grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth and who has a net worth of like 10 million, to say that, to be a leader of the workers' class and say he represents the struggles and experience of the worker class. Like, no, you grew up with a literal silver spoon in your mouth, being hand-fed by the king. Like, it's not the same. I had a thought before this.
2 minutes.
What was I going to say?
Oh, okay. All right, Ricardo.
Love you, Jeff. See you soon, Dolbez. Big up the chat.
Yeah. Okay. I was going to say something, but I forgot like what I was going to say, so I'll just continue. I think we should be more realistic. Honestly, like, I think that's why people in America like Trump, is that he's realistic. Yeah,
but he's not. He's as phony as the next person. He just has this. He pulls off this authenticity and genuineness, even though he's like, you can't believe a word that comes out of his mouth, and you can't you can't fall for his presentation because it doesn't reflect accurately what's going on inside of his head. But people do anyway because he's so good at it. He's so good at pulling it off.
Okay, sure.
But George Bush was the same way. He was this Yale, sophisticated guy, and he had you feeling like he was this chummy, down to earth cowboy personality.
Well, my point is that I praised Trump because he's not down to earth. He is open about being a rich guy who says what he wants. He doesn't try to. Well, actually, I'll use local politics because I know more about Norwegian politics. And also, you can't fact check me because you don't know Norwegian politics, so I'm safe from criticism. I don't think there's a Norwegian in the chat. It's like, again, people like the Prime Minister Jonas. You know, he pretends to be. He doesn't say he's working class, but you're the leader of the Workers' Party. You're trying to, you know, sort of play the play that you have the experience of the hard-working labor, and he doesn't. I appreciate the fact that people are genuine to who they actually are. So there's a lot of criticism against Vedum, who's the leader of the Farmers' Party. But he's actually a farmer. He's a genuine farmer who digs in the dirt and doesn't understand economy. and he's the Minister of Finance. But, but that's my political opinions. But
You don't think
besides
he
the
should
fact-
be?
Oh no. I'm opposition. I don't like the current government. I hope they lose.
But
next time.
but not because he's a farmer.
Yeah, I really like him from that, because he actually represents what he says he is. He's a farmer. He represents the Farmers' Party. Like, that's actual genuineness. I think it's okay to be worker class.
I'm
It's
very
okay to be
confused
good
because
morally.
you're aspiring to something you're not. You're not an aristocrat. You never will be. But you want to aspire to that and present yourself as that. So that's more phony than what you're admiring in this farmer. How do you reconcile that?
Because, okay, on one hand, it's sort of a joke. I actually just want to be whoever I am, whoever
Just
that
be
ends
the
up being.
little middle class Norwegian kid that you are.
Okay, well, I have grown up economically middle class, but I don't think, again, that it's in sociology you split it into three. I only remember two of them, but you have economic capital, cultural capital, and then a third one I don't remember.
Is it
Social
intellectual
capital.
capital or is that cultural?
No,
capital?
social capital. So yeah, economic or financial capital, that's actually how rich did you grow up, or what are your economical means. And cultural capital, that's basically how cultured are you? Have you read the classics? How engaged are in these debates? And then social capital.
That is not cultural capital in America, at least, or I think maybe in Europe it still is, but in most of the modern world that is actually a liability. That is lower social capital than if you have it. If you know video games, comic books, pop culture, Buffy the Vampire Slayer is more cultural capital than Shakespeare would be.
Yes, I do agree, and it's a dynamic system. And then the third one is social capital, which is all your connections. So if you grew up the nephew of a politician, that's a social capital. My point is that these can be acquired through life. And then, of course,
well, not economic and social, right? Don't you have to be born a certain economic?
You can be if you are rich, that doesn't mean you will automatically get this high level of cultural capital, but you can still.
No, but I thought economic capital was defined on your birth status.
No, at least when we are taught in sociology, it's just throughout life. Where do you stand now?
So you can change it through social mobility. It's not limited to just how you were acculturated at birth.
And that's specifically because of the system we have. Like, we aren't medieval Europe. Our upper class is dynamic. It shifts out. It changes. Now,
so if somebody were to send me $1 million super chat right now, my economic status would change, but my social and cultural would not be affected. It would only be my economic status.
Agreed, but depending on how you use the economic, that can change. So our teacher basically talked about how these are somewhat exchangeable. If you have social capital, you have connections, you can transfer that into other stuff. You can get money, you can get good deals, you can get teachers, you can learn, and if you have money, you can buy courses, you can buy books, you can buy cruise ships, you can buy connections.
To talk right.
Yeah, exactly. And my original
so patronizing. Like, every fiber of my being resists that.
I can see that. Now,
I think I'm always going to have low cultural capital, but then something like social capital, isn't it by birth, like what family you're born into, or like friends and stuff included? If you make the right friends, then you increase your social capital.
It's just your web of connections. The fact that you have this stream means that you probably have a really high social capital, at least compared to the layman, because you have this web of connections.
Oh, like in the Panelverse, I might have. I don't know if that's high social capital or not. Having high social capital in the Panelverse.
It is. It's connections. That's all it is. Social capital is
your
just
network is your net worth.
Kinda, it's your social capital net worth.
But it's not translating into kind of economic stat.
Not always.
So I may have high social capital in this one niche environment, but it's not correlated with my economic status, at least currently.
Yes, and the point is that these three axes don't equal each other, but you can somewhat transfer one into the other. As I said, if you have good connections, maybe you can get better loans, maybe you can even get a grant, maybe you can get higher jobs.
Better opportunities.
Yes, exactly. They can transfer into each other. And so even the fact that I was born comfortable middle class, social capital, pretty low, economic capital, middle of the road, culture capital, probably above average. And I mean, how many people grew up with their dads talking about ancient Babylon on their bedside? Not that I remember much of it, but like that
So
is
you
a
feel like that
distinction.
was cultural capital? To me, that would just make you a nerd and alienate you. Here in America, at least.
I think it depends on the age. Like
It would be a very niche group that would actually be cultural capital in.
I can see that. Although I must admit, in Europe, we are. When
Snobs.
we ended aristocracy across Europe, we only sort of ended the inheritability part. We still have that same spirit in the upper class, at least until post World War II, or even more recently until the woke. Like we still have that spirit of the upper class, even though it's dynamic. And so new money would just integrate into that old money system. And so there is actually, you sit in the like it's so this I can bring back to something I added in on the panel like a few months ago, like intrigue from the Communist Youth Party. Like even the communists, like there was a coup because people were dissatisfied with the leadership, sitting in coffee shops and drinking wine and reading Karl Marx. Like that is very like upper class, which is funny because they're Marxists. But like that is sort of the champagne socialist and the cafe capitalist. Well, actually, I love that. I don't know if a cafe capitalist is a term, but I'm going to use that now because it perfectly mirrors champagne socialist. Either way, those two are so sort of ingrained in the whole structure of the upper class, and that is just an inheritance of the aristocracy. And so my main grievance with the modern world is the fact that we have. Could you?
Oh, there's an echo now. You still have, you have your YouTube open.
Hiya.
There's an
Is it better? Oh, I've got to turn YouTube off. Hang on.
Yeah, I think that's all.
Sorry.
That's fine.
I was just listening to you on the other stream. Anyway, is my voice clearer now?
I think it's a little better.
It's yeah, we can hear it.
Your mic has always had a little like lag or something in it, but it's as good as it's gonna be.
Yeah, it's just a basic microphone, so like it's a phone. I don't have a laptop yet, so
yeah.
I'll get one soon.
Okay, so
everything's degenerating.
Everything's
So if
degenerating, except for my mind.
it's cultural capital, then that is the barrier I think that a lot of us struggle with to overcome, and we'll never overcome. So I think what I'm trying to do here is create alternative paths for people that will never be able to acquire the social capital to be successful in other environments. Like even Joe struggles with that in the work. He's not any more successful in the workplace than I am, and you would think he would have the necessary social capital to succeed.
Joe Cool.
Oh no, sorry, Joe, Mr. Cord, our Joe.
Yeah,
Joe
that guy.
But no, Joe Cool. Well, Joe Cool has a social capital all of his own. He has street cred, but Joe Cool is not going to ever have the social capital that Dobez is talking about. Nor will I.
Yeah, well,
it's a gatekeeping device to keep people out of certain opportunities and filter the right people into the opportunities that other people want them in.
Oh yeah, at least in Europe, it's a remnant of the aristocratic order because
it happens here too.
It's based on certain traits that we think at that time, and maybe we still do, think are preferable for the.
Yeah, I get shut out even by my own friends. I get shut like my own friends that work in mental health that can talk right and everything will go off and form things doing the same work that we all do together, and I will get shut out of it just because I don't fit in with that class of people and how they present themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I have the skill, I have the knowledge, I have the intellectual capital. I even have the social capital because we know the same people. I don't have the cultural capital. I'm too wrong side of the tracks. So it would damage their brand to associate with me because it would
Yes.
reduce their cultural capital.
That is a perfect explanation of it. And I don't know how it is. You could actually think the difference between old money and new money is that new money only has economic capital, whilst old money often has economic capital and cultural capital, and maybe also social capital. Sometimes they just have cultural and social, but that's enough to make them upper class because, like, what is money? It's a means of exchange. Like, if you can get the stuff that you exchange money for without using the money, then that, money is useless for you. If I
Basic
can,
a bartering system that's
Yeah.
been obviously bollocksed up by financiers and greedy people over the years. So I love how they just make money out of money. Like, obviously they need some money to make more money, but there's so many ways, so many tricky little ways of squeezing that extra few pence out of someone, and it's incredible. Just
I mean,
incredible.
that's
That
what
seems
everyone
normal
wants
to
to do.
me. Like I wouldn't expect
currency.
anything less out of capitalism than people trying to squeeze pennies here and there.
I mean, I don't think that's inherent to capitalism. That's inherent to human nature.
Yeah.
We want as much for ourselves as possible, as long as it
Just
doesn't
harm
harm those we consider important. That's all we want. That's the core of our nature. And the greatness of capitalism is that it structures the system in such a way that, at least for the most part, this greed that's inherent to us all works for the benefit of more. Not always.
I wouldn't
but
say all, but probably most.
I said more, not all. Did I say all?
Yeah, you said inherent to us
Oh,
all, but I obviously don't have it, or
More
I'd
than
have some more to show
more than
for it
you'd
by now.
expect.
I can't make myself be greedy if I tried. I'm
I
horrible at it.
am. I think I'm
Awesome, Zach.
very egocentrist, but I'm also lazy enough that I don't really have the willpower to actually manipulate people. So okay, I don't. This sounds bad. I'm not
Willpower or
making-
opportunity?
Definitely willpower. I can. If I could put in the energy, I could. Yeah. Is it arrogant to say I'm intelligent enough and I'm charismatic enough to actually convince people, even though it's false or even though it's through their own detriments? I know I can do that. I just don't always see the point. And now it sounds like I'm trying to portray myself as such a cold, ruthless killer. No, I'm a human like everyone else, but at the same time, I also am more. I'm more of a realist, and I mean that in the political science sense. I'm more,
Machiavellian.
yeah, or Kissinger or Mearsheimer. I'm more of that side, and maybe throwing out the word Kissinger, that's going to anger a lot of people, but we don't talk about that. But no, I'm more of that side than. Yeah, I think to the comment that's the key to knowing where to direct your energy and why.
You mind if I ask you a question?
Oh yeah, for sure. Ricardo.
Sorry to break your flow. It was interesting, and
That's
I do
fine.
agree with most of what
I
you
don't
say.
have a flow. I just have a waterfall. It never ending. So it's fine to interrupt it from time to time.
Cool. I was just wondering, just because I'm in the UK. I'm in Bournemouth on the south coast. I was just wondering if you'd ever been to the UK, or England specifically.
Yes, I have, but it's been a long time ago. It was when I was like 6 or 7. I went on a weekend trip with just my mom to London. I went to Madame Tussauds. I was in the Eye of London. I walked around. I was in the main park, whatever it was called.
Yeah.
But I
London
was like 6 or 7. So it's been a
the
long
memory's
time.
probably a bit faint. Yeah.
Yeah.
You've never been back?
No, because well, first off, the only occasions to visit England would have been for vacation, and not to be mean, but if you can go to Spain or Greece, so I would go to England more than once. my parents like to swim, and my siblings aren't as history enthusiasts as me. I would enjoy my time just walking around and, oh, there's the monument to the Great Fire of London. Like, I would enjoy that. My siblings and mother would not. It's like, for family vacations,
Spain
it's
probably has
much
better food.
Yeah, but Italy, actually, Greece had really good food.
Oh yeah, I love Greece.
Which is really good. But so we went on a lot of vacations. Again, class, like, this is, I think, the main difference also between like Norwegian middle class and American is that Norway was basically the wealthiest country on earth, like per individual, from like 2010 until 2020. And then COVID and everything fucked us. But like, so we went on a lot of vacations, and most of them were to Spain. A lot of them to Mallorca, which I know is pretty stereotypical, and that's like the epicenter of the fuck tourists. Actually, isn't that Barcelona? Either way, like it's really nice. And also I have a Greek family. So my aunt, my Swedish aunt, because I'm half Swedish, my Swedish aunt, she married a Greek person. So I have a lot of Greek relatives. So I've been in Greece a decent amount too. A lot to Crete, a lot to Kefalonia, a lot to some of the other islands. One of them where they lived, I won't actually say which island, privacy. And also the mainland. So going to Athens, by the way, that's an experience of a lifetime. Actually walking in, the Acropolis, walking up a mountain in the middle of basically a city with skyscrapers and everything, and then just as you stand there, you see the sunset to the other side, and you look over, and there's like the Acropolis, like the 2,000-year-old ancient Greek city. And as you walk, we sit in a bar, and right across the road is like old Roman ruins from the Parthenon. Like, it's, oh my god, it's amazing. And also been to Croatia, and we went to one of the Colosseums there. Like, a general trend of my childhood has been sort of the pull between me and my father, and my mother and my siblings. They want more of the relaxation and good food and, just relax. And my father and I, we are more of the historical side, even though he loves the sun. So he obviously also is that side. But yeah, I've traveled a lot, and we're actually planning on doing an American trip, a USA trip. That would have been when I was 18. Like, that was the plan. Like, right before I moved out, we were going to go to America. But then COVID happened and Ukraine, and so everything is just too expensive, and we couldn't do it. But if those hadn't happened, I would have gone to America too. I don't actually know why I began on this tangent, but now you know.
Well, if you ever want to come to Washington, you could sleep on the couch or something.
Yeah,
we can make it cheap.
Yeah, although if I go to America, it's, I don't know where I would want to go, actually. Just not California. I know that has been the dream for... Actually, I should go to San Francisco because I don't have family. Actually, I have family in America because all of Norway do. Like, proportionally, Norway is the country with the second most immigrations.
Oh yeah,
Ireland.
I've heard that before.
Yeah, but so we have a lot of family in the Midwest. I think they live in Wisconsin, and they also are in Florida. But we have some special connections to San Francisco as well, because I believe, like, up in the tree, like the sister of my father's grandma or some, up there, one of our family members, she moved to America. She lived there and grew up there, and then later in life she moved back to Norway. And then, but the interesting thing is, what happened was she was in San Francisco, and I think this might be. It sounds like BS, but it's actually true. At least as true as I can, because it's it's what a lot of my family members say, and they are like mathematicians. They wouldn't lie, you know, they're logical. But while she was living in San Francisco, she was.
Logical people can lie, but go ahead.
That was a joke. That was a joke.
Okay.
No, but I trust them on this. So, she lived in San Francisco. She lived in San Francisco, and she lived in the upper floor of a decently rich family. You know, she was their housekeeper. She helped raise their kids. She helped cook them food, and she often ate dinner with them. Now, that's not that interesting. The interesting thing is who their neighbor was. And can you guess who?
In San Francisco?
Yes.
What time period was this?
I think it was between the 30s. I think it was like between the 20s and 50s. I believe it's pre-World War II or maybe during.
Oh,
but
Lord,
like
I would have no idea.
Oppenheimer.
Oh.
She lived next to Oppenheimer.
Oh, yeah, you told us before.
Yeah.
You told this story before. Yeah.
Yeah. And Oppenheimer, he was good friends with their neighbors, and so he often ate dinner with them. And since, you know, she made the dinner and she often sat with that family, she has probably had a few conversations with Oppenheimer. Not that she's a physics genius or anything, but that's just a fun little family history, you know?
That would draw you to San Francisco, that alone?
I mean, yeah, I think it's cool. Like, that's the stuff I like, you know? I like that stuff. It has semantic value. But it's right now.
I think I would like San Francisco. I've been told I probably wouldn't be allowed into America because of my very few convictions.
Oh yeah, we talked about that. I think probably not.
They were over 10 years ago, so in UK law that means they're spent.
Yeah,
they don't count.
U.S. does different type of risk management. You're too much of a risk.
Yeah.
We have enough people with guns as it is. Try to.
I'm a bit of an activist.
A bit of a what?
Activist.
Oh, about getting that changed.
Yeah, but then I'm a pacifist as well, so I don't really agree with violence. Only in self-defense, like obviously, but no. I think it needs a better way.
Where would you go? If not for San Francisco,
I was going to say I was my grandfather was actually from Cyprus. So I never really knew him because he died when I was quite young. I think I met him a few times when I was like, 3 or 4 or something. But yeah, he was from the Greek part of Cyprus. So yeah, he was a Greek Cypriot, and so I have that in me. And so I think I'd like to go back to explore those routes and go back to Cyprus and have a good look round, try and soak up some culture and just find out what I can.
Does Cyprus let you go? Like, can you travel to
Ask
Cyprus?
some questions, learn the local lingo, all that. Sorry, Jeff. What did you say?
Would you be able to travel to Cyprus? Do they have the same laws?
Oh, I'm sure I'd be fine. Most of Europe's pretty liberal in the main. It's not like I'm some massive, like, huge, terrible criminal. I just did I just got caught a few times for weed or cannabis, and big deal. And then I had a few sort of incidents with some fake police who didn't even, well, and just all kinds of crazy people, crazy ex-girlfriends mostly.
Oh.
Sometimes you just love I love too much. I love too hard, and it's really hard when I'm really, really falling for someone that deep. It's really, really hard to let go. As much as I try, I'd rather work. I'll work hard and do whatever I can to save what is.
Was it like stalking or harassment type charges?
Worth saving.
Was it like stalking or harassment type charges?
No.
Oh.
never been done for anything like that. No, it was only ever defending myself. I mean, my previous ex, I don't mind talking about her because, you know, she's long gone. I haven't heard from her for over 10 years. But yeah, Lisa, she got really violent. She punched me in the face, you know, just quite
Dang.
viciously. I mean, she
You ended
wasn't
up going to
big.
jail?
No, well, no, but she wasn't, you know, she wasn't a big girl. She didn't have big hands like me, but she could punch, and she kicked me in the balls a few times. Now
And you
that's
stayed
just
with her? It would take one punch.
literally below the belt. You know what I'm saying? That is below the belt. I stupidly stayed with her after that. Yeah, she was the mother of my child as well. So
Oh.
there's that. So, you know, it's things
I guess
things
it's not as
happen.
simple as it seems on the
Things get
surface, I guess.
messy. I'm trying to clean up the mess.
Hmm.
Make a better life for myself and everyone around me. So
You feel like you've gotten there?
I'm guessing that I reckon I'm 75% at least. So yeah, there's only a few things, but yeah, I'm not a murderer, not a rapist. I'm not anything like that.
Yeah,
I'm
you
just a
don't seem
pretty good,
like you are.
I'm just a pretty good guy. I think a good all rounder. You know, I'm into keeping fit. I'm into eating healthy. You know, absolutely love my food. I love people that can cook. I love people that can cook better than me, and that's a lot of people. But I love to cook too. But mostly, I love music. Music's my thing.
Oh, yeah.
I get depressed if I don't hear decent music for, I don't know, an hour or two.
Hmm.
So I have to just crank the speaker up and just bang some music on, you know.
Same here. I used to think I was addicted. And then people tell me, no, you can't be addicted to music. That's not a real thing.
Oh, totally. I've been addicted to music since I was maybe 16 or 17, maybe earlier. I used to listen
Yeah.
to hip hop and metal. That's basically one of the two extremes. Or chill out. Later on I got into chill out because I needed to. But that's another story. Hey, Untrackable.
Welcome
How's it
back.
going, man?
Oh, hey. Good to see you.
Oh, you can
Oh,
see
hey
me
guys.
now if you want. I put my face on earlier, but I need a haircut. I'm feeling a bit self-conscious.
Well,
It's
all
always
we
nice.
saw was
I
a
don't even
silhouette
have
anyway, so it
any
didn't.
gel.
Yeah,
It's
we could.
fine.
Yes, you're not the
Actually,
worst
do
looking
you
thing
see?
in the
Do you see,
panel,
Jeff?
Bruce.
It's an
Huh?
improvement. Remember when I said, I have to dress a bit nicely, fix up my hair? I didn't this time. I'm improving.
Well, somebody was telling you to get a haircut or something. Was it not
Doing it
Laz?
on the
Oh,
cheap.
Hitler
Yeah,
hairdo.
so yeah.
Just get a
Well,
Flowbee.
Doing it on
Just
the
run a
fly.
Flowbee over it. You'll be fine.
no. I don't like effort. So
Oh.
also though, I do kind of enjoy having
Oh,
this length of hair. I just don't
it's a
like the
really
length
It's
on the
very
interesting.
side and back.
posh.
You've got it in the top
Do
of your
you
head. That's very
Trackable? You
untrackable.
cut your own hair? You
That's amazing.
buzz your
What
own
did you
Yeah.
hair?
say, Ricardo?
Yeah.
I said that's an amazing design you've got on the top of your head there.
Ricardo, that plaid looks good. That's a really good look for you.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
My girlfriend bought this for me. It's
Is that
Nice.
quite
Tatiana?
nice. Mm-hmm.
How's she doing?
No, she's okay.
Yeah.
She was
As
on
long as-
another stream, on a UK stream, just in the chat.
Oh, cool.
While I was here, basically, I wanted to be here because I can't. I used to like going on that channel that I won't mention.
Oh, I think I know who it
But
is already. Just-
Yeah,
So
but
y'all have like different
I'm-
channels
I-
going
I
in
got-
different
I
rooms. Like
recently-
you stay in this room and watch
recently-
this one. I'll go in the other room
Uh-huh.
and watch
I
this
recently
other.
got blocked. So I can't chat.
Does it
not
start
able
with
to
an
chat.
M?
No.
Okay, different UK.
Starts with. I'll give you a clue. I won't tell you any more. Just one little clue. Okay. Starts with an S.
I don't think I know it. There's only one UK channel really that I follow.
And ends with an X. But that's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to say any more because. Yeah. But anyway, I was chatting in there last week. It was fine, and defending myself against, people that just want to judge me by one little, one thing that happened once, and they just won't let it go. So yeah, and the next, I come in the other day and I'm blocked, but she doesn't want to unblock me. She thinks
They have channels not outside of the
bothered.
Panelverse. I need
Yeah,
to
I know
find
it's a
those.
surprise to some, but
Everywhere I turn,
it's
it
making it hard for
intersects
me.
with the Panelverse somehow.
another female test that we're all so used to.
Yeah, there's almost no
pass?
female panels that I
Will I fail?
risk going on.
Who cares?
Nothing wrong with the
Will you
panels
just
themselves.
tell
I
us the
just know
rules?
myself and my
Tell us
limitations.
the rules so we know how to play your game.
Yeah, I don't do a bunch of rules. If I can't just go on a panel and talk like I do here, it's not the panel for me.
wait,
Yeah.
I think
That's right.
looking at all the YouTubers I'm subscribed to, I think of those like 260, only about like 5 or 6 are female.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I think my ratio is pretty low too.
Actually, I guess it's even less because a lot of the women are just politicians, and the channel aren't actually run by them. So it's even worse than that.
Politicos, maybe. That's a good word. Fucking
Yeah, well,
politicos.
it's just politicians. That was what I was trying to say. But in Norwegian, they say politiker, and that's similar enough to sometimes mess up the English pronunciation. That's sort of the curse and the gift of having a Germanic language as your native, is that it's similar enough to English that it's really easy to learn and master English, but it's also similar enough to, when you're not focusing, just mess you up because the words are so close. Politician, politiker, those are really similar, and so you can just politiker, or a politician, you can mess up.
Polichicken.
Yeah, a polychicken, those are what we call the pacifists in government, or the warhawks, depends on your.
Turn my camera off.
Yeah, that's fine. No need to.
Embarrass myself.
Oh, it isn't embarrassing. Well, it's fine to. In the start, I was actually really nervous about doing this because when I first, when Jeff had his early streams, I first joined, I was quite nervous actually, and that's more because, remember, I was like 17 and I never actually done anything public and online, you could say. That was before, over a year before I did the podcasts, so it was really early, and I remember being really nervous, and I had literally written a few notes and things I wanted to talk.
Wow, and it was so
Life change.
spontaneous too. It wasn't even planned.
Brightness. Why?
Why did I? It looks okay. Thank you.
Is that a clap on?
I don't know. It's just where was I? So
You were nervous.
I was literally kind of shaking and drinking a lot. The first episode.
You were drinking?
Water, Jeff.
Oh, okay.
Over drinking water. I won't drink anything if my intention is to have a serious. Okay, actually, some of my favorite philosophical conversation was at that one party where I was drunk, but that's beyond the point. That's okay.
Oh wait, hang on. Ricardo
happened.
is hijacking the
Whoa.
panel right now with this. What is this?
Can I just show you? It's just my little light show. 'Cause,
Wow. Okay, no, this is not
I
just
think
a
it's
little
pretty
light
fucking
show.
cool.
What? You have
That's
stars,
awesome.
and you have what is this? Is this
Got
just
banana.
one device, or is it a combination of?
Got an avocado, very fresh. Gonna eat that actually. Very
Wow, dude.
Just a little thing. Got a Russian doll. That's pretty cool.
Oh my God, I love colored lights.
Torch.
It
I
makes
think
my
works.
brain so happy.
Does the torch work? Oh no. Must need batteries. The batteries are expensive, so I don't usually bother. Can't
Yeah.
afford batteries.
So you were nervous and you were drinking
Yeah.
Water.
water. Okay.
But at the same time, I'm trying to build the image of being really nervous. Because
None of
I
it
don't know.
showed. You handled it like a pro.
Well, okay, the thing is, I'm used to actually when I was really introverted in elementary school, but then I was kind of in middle school, I was forced to change, both from the academic side and from the social side. Because on one hand, on the social side, I realized, okay, here's the bullies. I need to become so socially competent, I'm not going to get bullied because, I can run, but I don't really have the ability for muscle growth, at least not to a big extent, that I'm more of a runner than a fighter. I'll admit that. Well,
Yeah.
okay, it depends on the kind of fight,
I'm
but you
the
get what I
same.
mean. So
I'm pretty much
I
the
was,
same, dude. Yeah.
so I needed to become socially competent enough to navigate those nets and actually figure out how people work and how I can not make enemies with these bullies. And then on the other side, one teacher was so horrendous that she was a Croatian who had her teacher's education in Germany, and she was
Right.
teaching English class in Norway.
Okay.
and she was horrible. I remember one time there was this girl who was gonna present, and she began crying. And instead of comforting her, the teacher just sat there as she stood in front crying. And I'm like, bro,
Why does the teacher have to comfort her?
Because
I'm gonna put the kettle on again.
because you're a nice person. You shouldn't cry.
Yeah, but
that shouldn't be
are you actually helping her by doing that? Because if she's gonna speak
Yeah,
publicly,
the thing is, you can start low if you know she has such a low level that she can handle.
why
and
was she
start low.
crying anyway?
Because of the social pressure. She just couldn't handle it. And the thing is, if every teacher, like multiple students, got that similar reaction, it wasn't just one girl who had like an anxiety attack. It was multiple people hated her. We actually got her voted out as a teacher. We complained.
You can
enough.
vote out your teachers.
We complained enough to the
class
to
has
the
spoken.
superiors that she got switched. And then the next class, she had also complained so much that she just
Because she
switched
doesn't
school.
coddle your emotional feelings.
There's a difference between not coddling and actively hurting. Like she was.
But you
so
said she
cold
didn't
that
do anything. She didn't say like "quit whining, you little bitch." Do the speech. She just didn't. She let
No, what
the
I'm saying
event
is-
play out without interference. That's
If
not
I-
any kind of cruelty to me.
I think it's cruelty if you're a teacher.
Oh,
You sit there
you're a
for
snowflake.
like a whole minute, and the student is just standing at the front of the class crying. I think that's cruelty from the teacher. That the teacher just doesn't oh, you can sit down, take it later, and put another drop. Like she just sits there as the student is crying.
I would
at the
just
front
sit
of the
there
class.
too and like let her finish her speech.
She never.
Part of it
finished.
is working through the emotions and then getting back to your speech. So I would give her the space to do that.
Okay, maybe this is a difference between us, but I am more of a.
I definitely don't
taking
see it as
gradual approach.
cruel or anything that the teacher should have gotten voted out over.
Okay, I see. that
I
as
can
cruel.
see the pedagogical value of allowing somebody to work through that on their own.
I see your point, Jeff, but at the same time, like that was significant cause for bullying in the aftermath.
Oh my god, you
Because-
would have never made it in my theater class with my drama teacher at all.
Oh yeah, for sure. Well, actually, it's funny. In high school, there was a lot of scandals because there's a bridge inside the school building that goes above where the theater kids eat their lunch, and there was like a lot of people who was spitting and dropping eggs, and that got like, actually you can't do that, it's you can't spit
Yeah, I don't
and
think you
drop
could do that
eggs on
here
the
either.
theater kids. So I
Dropping
get what
eggs
you
on
mean
people
by
sounds bad everywhere.
yeah, I get what you mean by theater kids having it bad, and they do, but they deserve it. No, they don't. But
Well,
no,
they do. I like part of the reason that I have the resilience I have today is probably theater class. Like she was tougher than any drill sergeant in the military could have been, and I think we all benefited from it.
yeah. Honestly, though, I think the main reason people, at least in my high school, dislike the theater kids is that they are obnoxious. Like that's just the truth. I'm sorry. They
No,
just
I was
are
a theater
obnoxious.
kid. You're absolutely
Yeah.
correct. Yes, we are.
No.
All of that.
Yeah. I wasn't a
But-
theater kid though.
Can I ask this about like you were saying about theater kids being obnoxious? I could probably see that from my perspective then, but my perspective now is that personality can be exploited, because if you're gonna do anything in an outburst and be obnoxious, like scream when it's not meant, when everybody else is quiet or something like that, eventually down the line, you're gonna be at, if you want to be in that field, you're gonna be asked to go up and say something that was never crossed your mind, or to move your body in a certain type of way in which you thought nobody else would see. And hey, if you fine tune that obnoxiousness, you can be one of the, because it comes across so many of them where you see it's like, oh my God, I would never do something like that. Well, they did it like to portray this, which, makes everybody else happy as far as the production is concerned. You need that brave obnoxiousness sometimes, I think. It's a
I see your
personality.
point, and
My teacher made me cry, and I think
see
I
your
was
point,
better
though.
for it.
Although I will add, I think our conceptions of theater kids are slightly different, because I know in America you split it into junior high and senior high. Like we have middle school and then we have high school, and like the split into theater, trades, like art, and like study
That happens
specialization
in
or
high
whatever.
school.
Yeah, that's high school. So that's at a later age. And the theater, like it's music, dance, and drama. That's the specific wording. Like that, they weren't just a collection of people who were music enthusiasts. They pulled in basically. So the groupings would be anyone who were actually interested in music, dance, and drama, anyone who were not that intelligent but didn't really have the physical mindset of trades, and private school kids. Those all went to theater school. That's also another difference. Private school in Norway is really different. Like if you go to private school, it's like there was a joke in my hometown that there's a private school there, and there's a joke that the only people who go to that private school are gay people. That it's full of gay people. Like that was what the private schools are, which is kind of true.
So that's where the real theater kids are.
Yeah, that was kind of true. And so when they come to high school, they all fun into music, dance, and drama, whilst basically like the ones who want to go further on to university, they go on to study specialization, basically classical high school. Those who want to do trades, they do trades naturally, and you specialize. But the music, dance, and drama is just a collection bin of the people who don't know what to do, but they don't want to go to university afterwards, and people who are social outcasts. And so it makes sense that they are reviled by a lot of the other factions. And of course,
It makes them leave them alone, doesn't it?
Yeah, and actually they did have their own
think they're
area of
weird.
the school. They did have like the the bottom right area was just their own. Now, okay, so I had one class down there in the innermost corner of the theater area. I had my math class, and another friend of mine, he would always joke that, oh, now you're going into the jungle. Make sure you have your machete ready.
Oh my god!
Like everyone began using it. Like I think it's spread across like a lot of my age in study specialization. Basically, began calling the area where the theater kids were the jungle because there were such colorful plumage and and weird
Oh,
That's awesome.
yeah, I had some of that too.
If I've got if I had one regret about from like the path I chose, the educational path I chose, then it'd be that I didn't go to drama or art school. I would love to have done those kind of things more. I just didn't have the confidence, and I was more into science and languages. Really, were my forte. So I did French. I chose French and German. I could have done Russian, and I kind of wish I really wish I had.
Spreche
Knowing what I
Deutsch.
know now rather than German.
Oh lord,
But
the
French
German
was
stuff again.
definitely a good choice because I ended up getting an A in that, top mark. But that was my only.
Very similarly, like I don't feel bad about missing out on like trying out for sports and stuff because life was a sport. You know, we played sport within our yards. It doesn't matter what the sport was, didn't matter what the weather was. We were playing sports anyway. But something that puts you into a group where rather than just finding your friends the way you find them, so freely, but like going into a specific thing like a sport or a club or however you want to put it. I think I eventually did it, but if I could say I wish I had just picked something back then and just been brave enough back then, I think I would change that. Which one? Honestly, I don't think it matters. I think I would have had a blast if I'd have just come out of my shell about 5 years earlier. You know what I mean?
I almost did architecture.
Definitely.
Like
They had architecture in your high school?
Yeah, KDA, art design and architecture. That's a specialization you could do in high school, and I almost picked that. That was my secondary choice behind study specialization. Now, I'm very happy I picked study specialization because that is only 3 years and then university. But if you picked any of the others, if you want to go to university, you need to take an addition, a appendix or whatever you may call it, like an extra year. So it would be 4 years of high school instead of 3. And that would have delayed my entry into university. So I'm very glad I did what I did. But, in an alternate reality, I would have become an architect. And funnily enough, that has sort of been the dream job of, like my father always dreamed of me becoming an architect because he's a math teacher. He's a really hard science guy, but he knew that I was more on the humanities side, more on the softer side of the intellect, and so
we didn't even get into your the latest in your psychology classes, so we have to pick that up too. I'm gonna have to wrap up. I hope we get to continue this soon. This has been a great conversation today.
I hope so, Jeff.
Good, because it's really late, fun. It's soon 1 a.m.
I wish I could keep it going. And then Speakeasy will be doing that video tonight on his channel, so I'll be there for that. Yeah, and it is. Well, I used to do. I'm treating this like a job. Like I try to put in 8 hours a day or 40 hours a week, and I used to do 12-hour streams sometime. But I have a few other things I got to get done before Survivor tonight, so I'm gonna have to break and.
That dedication. It's what you need.
I'm absolutely dedicated to this.
Dedication.
Well, Jeff and Dobas and Ricardo, I'll say, hey, good to see everybody. Thanks for having me, Jeff, as always. And everybody have a good evening. Enjoy what you're doing. Keep doing it.
You too. Untrackable has been a pleasure, as always. Thanks
Awesome.
Thanks for
Have a
stopping
nice
in.
day.
Dope
Cheers, dude.
as.
Bye.
Yeah, I keep them going. Usually I keep them going as long as the conversation goes. Today I just have Wednesday's one of my busy days. But sometimes because StreamYard stops you at the 12-hour mark, and so you have to start another stream. You can keep streaming, but it only archives it on YouTube up to the 12-hour mark. And so that's why 12 hours is a cutoff mark for a lot of streams or streamers that use StreamYard. But I'm going to drop Speakeasy's channel. He's going to be reviewing my debate with Andrew Wilson later today. So if you can't get enough of me, there'll be more over there. And
Awesome, Jeff.
do what?
Awesome, Jeff.
Oh.
I
What
might
is
see you there.
what is
Not on Discord.
I saw
Is
that
that
you had like a glowing bottle or something. Or was that just the light reflecting?
It's a microphone.
Oh, wow, you got the coolest shit. Gives me something to aspire to. Well, Ricardo, it was good talking to you today too. I'm glad you left the chat. Came up.
Sure, man.
And we'll catch you again too.
Awesome, Jeff. See you soon.
Okay, see you soon. Take care.
Yep.
Alrighty, I think that was a great stream. And this was actually part of our Nexus series with Joe, and this is what it turned into. And we'll be back. Joe will be back with us Saturday at the same time as well. Oh wow, you were doing other. Hey, Cheesehead, welcome. I'm just wrapping up. Good to see you. Hope everything's going okay. All right, let me get out of here and do my stuff, and then tonight's Survivor, we'll be watching it live in the Discord, and after that, Easy is doing his review of the video with me and Andrew, so I'll pop over there for that, probably hang out in the comments, and then depending on what my energy level is after that, I may come back on for a late night stream. Otherwise, you're likely to see me again tomorrow. Kitty, once again, thanks for helping out. Like I said, we're just not worthy. I'm honored that you're here, and all the rest of you as well. And I got to meet one of my super goals, and we got to see the animation. So keep thinking of ways to use that. If you have things you want me to do, we have the ability to incentivize those now. So get creative with it. Everyone have a great rest of your evening, and I will see you again soon. Take care, everyone. I truly appreciate you all. Thanks.